times in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free. We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down, growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 is setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? Yes, you guys digging that new ticker down below? Oh yeah. Starting to almost get some shit squared away to make it look like I almost know what I'm doing. So I was informed this morning that there is going to be a very high level meeting that is going to happen at Camp David starting tomorrow. And yesterday we started seeing some SAM flights flying out of Andrews and flying over to Camp Springs, Camp David. Yeah, 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 I am slow getting shit squared away. Trust me. Give me a minute and I'll screw it all up. So let me see. It doesn't look like. Let me restart Lumia. Because the notifications aren't coming up. So, my first question is, why are they doing it at Camp David? And, alright, we should start getting notifications now. Yep, there we go, it's coming. We should start, yeah, we are getting the notifications, okay. It took me a minute to figure out how to get the current time. I had to build a script to basically pull the time from the system clock and get that damn thing running. And I spent about a half hour getting it, and come to find out, I had it right the very first time. Problem was, it was a color I couldn't see. So the time was there the whole time. I just couldn't see the damn color. So I went in and changed some of the coloring schemes, and poof, if by magic, I was like, well, dummy, let's just go with white. That makes most sense, doesn't it? I haven't heard that Vance isn't running. He may not have to. I'm still trying to get more information on this amicus brief that is ushering its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. I don't know if it'll work or not, or if they are using this amicus brief to basically bypass going through the lower courts to get evidence heard in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So, yeah, this meeting at oh, okay, going back to the meeting at Camp David. Some of the stuff I was told that's going to be discussed is naturally Iran. In case you guys didn't know, we hit Iran again. And not sure what we hit, but I did, I was looking at some of the Arab nation Telegram channels, you know, people within some Arab nations, and they've shown some video. Whatever it was, we blew the shit out of it. EAMs have been quiet. We did have a couple big ones yesterday, which are normally mean that they're getting stuff in position or transmitting orders to get targets ready. Yeah, Bassman, I really didn't want to do it, but after basically I retired again, letting guys run the shop in the warehouse, I needed something to occupy my time, and so many people No, I've actually been up since about 6 o'clock this morning. I've just been trying to take care of some stuff since yesterday was a holiday. Normally, Mondays are pretty busy for me, and with my neighbor having cancer, trying to make sure check on him 2 or 3 times a day. Because they gave him a really short span remaining, so that and working on this nonsense. So let me see here. Yeah, that, and I had to go get some. I went and got some cigars this morning, and ran into our sheriff. That was a fun conversation. Yeah. Either the news chopper or the what's he call it? I won't say what he calls it, but 6'7". The inflated. I know what he calls it, but I was trying to think of something. The emasculator. I'm going to hell on a bullet train. Let's see here. Oh, so anyways, went into the cigar shop that I go to when I don't order them from North Carolina. So I go in and seen the sheriff and his major there, and I was like, all right, guys, hey, I gotta go. And he didn't recognize me at first. And I was like, oh my God, the bow evacuator. So we were just talking and talking about a couple of the deputies that I know. And because I haven't seen the one in a minute. And he told me he's going through a pretty ugly divorce, and his wife is kind of connected to some political people in the local area, and yeah, it's a shit show. So so some of the topics that I heard today, they were going to be discussing, and from what I take, they wanted it at Camp David because they don't want prying eyes of the press, I guess you could say. I know there's going to be a lot of military at this meeting. I heard that they're going to be discussing the whole Tulsi Gabbard, what to do, what not to do. I know a lot of people have different opinions, whether she's quote unquote good or bad. I just have a problem with the story. But when I talked to somebody in DC, they seem to think that it's pretty much all scripted. Not, her husband does have cancer, but yes, I heard the same thing, Schmitty. And I don't think Israel's going to abide by anything that DC wants to say. Which, I don't know, in a way I kind of agree with them, and in a way I don't. Israel's their own sovereign nation. They have a right to defend themselves. But then again, I think everybody knows how shady. But with Tulsi, I think she's going to throw a huge fucking grenade before she leaves. And I think it's to allow her to exit stage left, throw the frag grenade, and watch all the cockroaches just go absolutely bonkers. You know, those jobs in DC, they're stressful as shit. Even, you know, even the guys that I know that work in the different intel and law enforcement agencies down there, it's stressful. The biggest thing is you're always worried about a shoe dropping, and it, yeah, I agree with you there too, Jason. I don't know what the play is, but you know that letter in the alphabet said we're saving it for last. Let's see. Lumia is up and running. This is running. Got the fancy scroll bar running. News ticker with the current time. Let's see. Let me get this other machine on, and we can go through some of the. Oh God, it's the Hunter. Ah, Craig the Hunter. Oh, and if you guys could, if you haven't already, if you go over to our Facebook page and add us in as, I don't know, your friend or whatever, I guess Facebook, we were streaming live to Facebook, but Facebook changed the rules to where your profile has to have at least 60 days of being active, which the number that I have tied to this account, somebody already had a Facebook account, so for some reason it's using theirs, but we need at least 100 followers on Facebook in order to live stream there again. And I know there's some people that like watching it on Facebook, and it is, I mean, it's a necessary evil. Oh God! So the writer of The Simpsons, who predicted the Trump presidency, launches a bid for the White House. Are you serious? Let's see. All right, so there was a deposition. This is another thing that I learned this afternoon. There was a deposition of a top Biden DOJ official that had put in writing to the White House lawyers and to the Inspector General that the raid on Mar-a-Lago would be deemed illegal, and anything that would stem from that would be fruit of the poisonous tree, which means basically anything that they gathered from there would be illegal. So that's kind of interesting. Let's see here. And then there's some stuff in South Carolina with the mapping and gerrymandering. And then, I don't know if you guys seen this or not, but Minnesota Governor Tim Walz skips the Memorial Day Veterans Ceremony to dance at George Floyd Square. And now Minnesota veterans are basically calling this a slap in the face. Could you imagine if this guy would have been VP? Oh my. Good night, nurse. Let's see here. Yeah, and then I think this was this afternoon. Yeah, so about 2 or 3 hours ago, Bibi Netanyahu met with the cabinet, his cabinet, and ordered an expansion of military operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon, which I'm sure is going to piss off old Donald but honestly, I don't think there's any deal being worked out. I think this is didn't the 17th letter of the alphabet also insinuate DJT would go away for a while, but would come back? I think that's already happened. I think Trump left for the Biden administration and came back as 47. I think that's the way that could be interpreted. Vance could be the head of the Senate. Well, he already is. Oh, I see what you're saying, Brew. Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of things that people are going to think is a first. And isn't a first in our history because, they don't teach civics. Yeah. So, yeah, it does. It looks like there is more reports coming out that JD said he's not running. I haven't seen the clip. Me personally, if something doesn't happen in the meantime, I look for Marco to run. I liked Marco the first time he ran. When Trump was running in 2016, I liked Marco. I don't know if this was AI generated. I'm sure it was, because it seems like everything is AI generated. And I haven't looked at it. It just came to me as I was talking about Marco. Did Newsweek come out with a cover of Obama with a halo that was rainbow and said possibly the first gay president? That has to be fake. Yeah, so somebody had texted me and said, hey, have you heard anything about this Camp David meeting? Yep, it's yesterday, right before I ended the stream, there were 2 SAM flights that were heading to Camp Springs or whatever they're calling it now. And they had a refueler close to the air pattern, so I'm guessing I think Air Force One, Air Force Two, and all of these cabinet planes that are flying around, they're all getting fighter escort now. I honestly do. I think the threat matrix is so big that top level people within the Secret Service and that don't want to risk it. Yeah, you know, July 4th is going to be interesting. I think next month is going to be explosive as shit. I don't know why. Oh, and I did ask one of my buddies who curious about the 250 pardons on July 4th. I did see where there is something going in front of the Supreme Court about some of these people that were, I guess you could say, mishandled or mistreated during J6. And like I said before, J6, I mean, it was confirmed to me by somebody who was in the ops center at the time. The whole thing was a sham. It was, I mean, it wasn't, when I say a sham, what we were shown wasn't actually what was happening. Let's see. Hey, the Hunter, shouldn't you be working? Or are you on the night shift at the truck stop? Let's do... I want to... Okay. I thought I lost it there for a second.
Lied to Congress? I didn't ask you that. Lied to Congress is you? I'm not testifying here, sir, and I don't lie. Maybe the next time you run up a $7,000 bar tab, we can talk about it. Well, see, there you go. Lying again. You suggested the FCC report. I'll post it right now. You suggested it was public. It wasn't public money, as you know. That was for a 50-member staff. So it wasn't $7,000 bar tab. I'm glad. Let me just say in closing, Mr. Chairman.
That's one of the best clips ever. I cannot wait to start seeing some of these people be held accountable. Diesel is pricey. Yeah. Everything's fucking pricey. I mean, it's... And here's the other shocking thing. Got the electric bill today for the main house. And somehow I haven't changed anything that, you know, like... what we're, you know, using electricity wise, but our electric bill went down like $52. But I think the reasoning is the power company that's in our area actually imports electricity from Canada, and I think the tariffs were dropped on it. So that was kind of a nice little gift, I guess you could say. Let's see, there was something else. Oh, and another thing, I did see a DOJ plane that left late last night that flew into Frankfurt, Germany. And they landed on our military base there. So I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it was one of the larger DOJ planes, so I think we probably had some evidence recovery teams on there, maybe to do with the 2020, but I'm just spitballing on that one. But yeah, it says here, as of about 15 minutes ago, the U.S. launched another strike on missile sites and boats near Bandar Abbas, which is right at the choke point of the Straits of Hormuz. So, let's see here. Where was... Yeah, so now it looks like Fox News is starting to carry information about the Camp David meeting. Let's see here. All right, so it says here President Trump will convene a rare cabinet meeting at Camp David Wednesday as negotiations with Iran enter a critical phase. All cabinet members are expected to attend the meeting, first reported by the New York Post and confirmed by Fox News, including outgoing director Tulsi Gabbard. The gathering comes as the administration weighs the next steps in the high-stakes negotiations aimed to securing a broad agreement with Tehran amid the fraying ceasefire. Trump in recent days has suggested the sides... that's nice, it jumped on me. That the sides are nearing potential breakthrough, why the Iranian officials... let's see, hold on 1 second. I got another one. The FBI has started an investigation into podcasters and influencers being paid by foreign countries to spread disinformation. Nice. That's going to go over like a fart in church. Let's see here. Oh, and then this idiot up in New York, Zoran Mamdani, unveils a plan that if you own property like apartments, condos, he wants the state to come in and seize that property and turn the ownership over to the community. But he's not a socialist. The name is Mamdani. Mamdani. I was watching this fucking video, and this bitch is always dancing in a fucking subway talking about how great it is. She probably don't even live there. That's the funniest thing. Let's see. America launched a drone attack on the Partian military base in Tehran. So this was an hour ago. The IRGC air defenses engaged a U.S. F-35 at 3 a.m. yesterday with a new air defense system. Nice. All right. So let me see when this was. If this is a recent Trump post, and it looks like it is. Now, let me find this, and I'll share it with you guys. Let me get to Trump's True Social. So if this is up there, this is going to be hilarious. So either Donnie is the biggest conspiracy nut job, or there's something to this. I'm going to build an API. So anytime Trump posts something on True Social, it'll automatically show it on the screen, which I think will be kind of neat. Please have this picture up here. What time it said it was posted? 11:56. Somebody put on, or he retruthed it. The Witt sisters, Dim, Half, and Knit. The squad. That's fucking hilarious. Let's see. Let me get the chat up on the other stream here, or other screen, so I can see it as I am broadcasting, and go to channel. Knit, Dim, and Wit. That's fucking hilarious. Man, I hope this isn't fake. 11:38 a.m. He posted he posted a picture of him in a magic suit. For my next trick, I'll make Democrats support Iran. That's awesome. Oh my God, does this dude ever not fucking post? Hold on, I think I know why. Alright, here we go. Now I'm on the right fucking... Alright, that was 51 minutes ago. Just finished, 3 hours ago, just finished my... You know this is going to be good. Just finished my 6-month physical at Walter Reed Medical Center. Everything checked out perfectly. Thank you to the great doctors and staff heading back to the White House, DJT. Let's see. I am not seeing it. Okay. All right. So somebody just like nope, there it is. Son of a Trisket, 10 hours ago. So here, let me pull this up. And all right. Now let me get a oh yeah. He loves to brag about it. Let me see here. I thought I had one built for this, but let me go in real quick. Window capture. Okay. So, Trump posts this on True Social. Come on. Miss Panda. And he did, yeah, he took another cognitive test and aced it. So here is the picture that Trump put up, okay? And there is a post on that letter in the alphabet with the same picture, May 3rd, 2020, 4095. Let me see what it is in reference to. Yeah, so basically it talks about arrest. So there's that. Either he's a major conspiracy nut job, or maybe there's something to all of this. Oh, and I wanted to, I think I'll have to put them up here, but there were a couple people last night that did the buy me a coffee. I appreciate that. We'll probably going to do another giveaway here shortly. So, hey Craig, do you like that fancy ticker I got going on at the bottom? Yeah, I did that all by myself. Yeah, it says, but the ending may not be for all. Yeah, that is interesting. What is meant by that? There's a lot of flight traffic today, but first day after a holiday, it kind of coincides with. Let's see, that was news out of the UK. Yeah, so CENTCOM put out about they are starting to destroy mine-laying vessels in Iran. So, let's see here. Had to turn off that exchanger. It was getting it's about 50 degrees in this room. Let's see. 107 said the Tulsi will be releasing. Oh, yeah, I think she's going to throw a grenade. And I think and they know she's going to. I think she's going to start dumping a lot of shit and then exit stage right so the heat is not on the administration. And she'll be out of the news. So, let's see here. Juan. Mr. Wayne Willett. Let me see. Let's see. Armport. DOD. Multimedia.
The President of the United States, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, has arrived and is being greeted by today's host, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War.
All right, so I will play this. Let me get this up. Why Camp David? Camp David has one. They don't allow press up into certain parts of that area. It's secluded as hell, and they have a unique system there, I'll say. Not computers or anything. It's just a neat little network type thing there. Let me see. I want to play this because I haven't seen it. Let me see. I believe that's on the Armed Forces Network. Yes. Yeah, so come on. So this dog is killing me. Yeah, she got a new toy today. A Gumby, the fucking Gumby, the stuffed toy. She had that thing destroyed in about 4 or 5 minutes. It was, yeah. it was outstanding. Let's see here. Yeah, see, and here's the thing too. I didn't think they were having any ceremonies where Hegseth and them were going to be at, but I guess that is was a false narrative, because this here took place. Let me see. Let me put this Department of War. That control the audio here. Let's make this visible.
The President of the United States, the Honorable Donald J. Trump, has arrived and is greeted by today's host, the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, accompanied by Vice President J.D. Vance, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries.
Yes, she ripped the squeaker out.
R. Gant, Commanding General of Joint Task Force National Capital Region and the United States Army Military District of Washington. Congress! Oh! Left! Harry! Left! Stop! Ready! Stop! national anthem. Free flag taps, and while the president observes a moment of silence.
Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Trimble, Deputy Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force National Capital Region, and the U.S. Army Military District of Washington.
In your faith tradition, would you bow with me in a word of prayer? Almighty God, Creator, Sustainer, and Redeemer of all mankind, on this day of remembrance we gather as one people here in America's cemetery, humbled by the cost of freedom and united in gratitude for those who have given their lives in the last full measure of devotion. We remember the soldiers who stood in the breach when liberty was threatened, the sailors who braved the seas in defense of our peace, the airmen who soared into danger so others might live, and the guardians of our homeland who did not return to their families' embrace. From the fields of Gettysburg to the beaches of Normandy, from the hills of Korea to the jungles of Vietnam, from the sands of the Middle East to the skies above distant lands, their courage has been the shield of our nation. Lord, grant us wisdom to honor their memory, not only with words, but with lives worthy of their sacrifice. May we cherish the freedoms they have preserved, defend the justice they have sought, and extend compassion they carried in their hearts. Comfort the families who still feel the ache of absence. May they know their loved ones are not forgotten, that their names are spoken with reverence, and their legacy lives on in the soul of our nation. As we stand among the markers of the fallen, may we be reminded that liberty is never free. It is fought and paid for in courage, in service, and in love. God, we pray for peace, that one day swords may be beaten into plowshares, and no mother need weep for a child lost to war. Until that day, give us strength to be faithful stewards of the freedom entrusted to us. In your holy name, we remember, we honor, and we render thanksgiving. Amen.
Please remain standing and join the United States Army Band Pershing Zone in the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, General Kane.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Hegseth, members of the President's Cabinet, distinguished guests, veterans, my fellow Joint Chiefs, my fellow Americans, and most importantly, our Gold Star families. Welcome to Arlington National Cemetery, and thank you for being here on this special day. Memorial Day is a day of remembrance, a day of mourning, and a day of celebrating the great American spirit, and most of all, gratitude. Gratitude for the men and women who stepped forward without hesitation when their nation called and said simply, "Send me." Today, as we gather on this sacred ground, surrounded by rows and rows of beautiful white headstones, we are reminded as Americans that each marker represents a life cut short, an individual story of American courage, tenacity, and grit. This summer, our nation will mark its 250th anniversary, and 2.5 centuries have passed since a group of patriots declared themselves an independent nation. But words alone were not enough to deliver on this declaration. Gaining independence as a nation required action, and a young group of soldiers, sailors, and Marines went out into the battlefields to fight and secure our independence and set the course for our great nation that we know today. Many of them lie here on this hallowed ground. For 250 years, the men and women of America's armed forces have always been willing to sacrifice for something greater than themselves. The patriots buried here connect the frozen encampments of Valley Forge to the cold forests of Europe, the sands of the Pacific to the mountains of Korea, and the jungles of Vietnam to the deserts of the Middle East. Across the centuries, the character, courage, and commitment of the American warfighter has never wavered, and it never will. It's that same warfighting spirit we recently saw in Operation Epic Fury, and we remember and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice, adding their names to the story of American heroism. To the Gold Star families here today and those watching across this great nation, we know that for you, Memorial Day is not a single date on a calendar. It's literally every single day. You bear a burden that most of us cannot comprehend, but you do so with a grace and resilience that inspires an entire nation. We cannot replace what you've lost, but we can promise you this: your loved ones' names will never be forgotten. Their names are etched into the stones in this great cemetery, but more importantly, woven into the fabric of the story of our nation. May we always strive to be worthy of their sacrifice, and may we honor them by continuing to fiercely defend the nation they died to protect. We will never forget our fallen and their families, and may we always keep in mind our members of the deployed Joint Force right now and their families. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the Secretary of War and a combat veteran himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Chairman, thank you. Gold Star families, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us to remember our fallen warriors. From the sacred names of bygone eras to the 13 souls of epic fury. On this sacred occasion for our nation, we take the day for memories of our very best. They now lie in silent rows here at Arlington in more than 170 national cemeteries throughout our nation and across 17 countries around the world. They answered the call when it mattered the most. And they gave the last full measure of devotion so that this great republic of ours might endure. This day began as Decoration Day, when widows and orphans and other mourners placed flowers and ribbons on some 20,000 graves. They were soldiers once, and as they marched off to battle, they sang the lines of the hymn. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom which transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. The mourners of that first Decoration Day knew what we know on this Memorial Day, that these graves are more than names and dates with a dash in between. Each grave marker is a story. The young American on the battlefield away from home, he stayed in contact with loved ones by writing letters. In World War II, they called it victory mail. GIs wrote of coming home and watching sunsets again, of having a cigarette and a beer with their buddies, going to football games and on dates, loving their wives, seeing their children grow tall and great. Different wars, still the same letters today. Those we remember today will never get those sunsets. They'll never get those dates. They'll never get to raise their children. Instead, they were delivered from the battlefields into the arms of a loving Lord and Savior. Their families and their buddies greeting them home with a folded triangle of stars and the piercing sound of a soul bugle playing taps. Picnics, barbecues, and time at the beach, those things are wonderful aspects of Memorial Day weekend, and we should enjoy them for the fallen. They would want it that way. But this solemn day, we must remember that our republic was forged and purchased with blood. American blood. So take pause today and consider the transformation these warriors went through for our nation. Share it with your kids and your grandkids. We must. Ordinary men, when called, can become our heroes. They fought not because they hate what's in front of them, but because they love what's behind them. And so may the ones we remember today live on in every flag that flies. May they live on in every voice of a school child who says the Pledge of Allegiance. May they live in our prayers to Almighty God. Today, with this humble ceremony, we owe at least this, that with every salute, with every ceremony, with every parade, with every prayer, every day and every year, we remember. That by our remembrance, we guard the eternal flame that they lit with the price of their youth. They were Americans from small towns and big cities, and in the words of the Apostle Paul, they stood against the darkness of the world wearing the breastplate of righteousness. They've now gone on to their reward, but we remember them here on this hallowed ground. To them, to those, I say your watch is finished, but the legacy of what you left is eternal. You raced to the breach so that we could walk in freedom and prosperity. May we live lives worthy of their sacrifice and boldly carry forth their fight for freedom, picking up the sword of the Spirit and charging forward daily. May Almighty God bless our warriors, and may Almighty God bless our fallen and those they love. Always remember, and amen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special guest Craig Morgan and the United States Army Band performing Soldier. gentlemen, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Thank you all, and Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, all of our honored guests, but especially our Gold Star families. I want to say just a few things today because I believe that the most important lesson of Memorial Day is perhaps that all of us owe a debt. That we owe a debt to the people who went overseas and gave their lives that the United States might be prosperous and peaceful and free. That we owe a debt to the people who put on a uniform knowing they might never come back. And indeed, today we pay tribute to those who never came back. I think like a lot of veterans, and we're joined by so many of you, sometimes Memorial Day is the most somber and the most sacred of the days on the American calendar. People will come up to our veterans and say things like, Happy Memorial Day, or may you have a blessed Memorial Day. And those of us who served know acutely that today is not for all veterans as much as we love all of our veterans. Today is for those veterans who put on the uniform, who went overseas, and who never came home. When I think about the debt that we owe them, I think about all the things that they gave, which can't be measured in dollars or in the things of this world, but are measured in things like weddings that they never got to attend, children that they never saw grow up, daughters and sons that they never got to hug and kiss again, loved ones, husbands and wives. They traded every moment, from the moment where they gave their lives to the moment where they would ultimately meet their natural end. Every single one of those moments they gave up that the United States might remain the freest and best country in the entire world. What an amazing thing. What an amazing gift. On this Memorial Day, I just ask two things of all of our fellow Americans. The first is that we be the very best version of ourselves in honor of those who gave everything that this nation might be worthy. To all the husbands and fathers, that we be the best husbands and dads that we can. To all the mothers and wives, that they be the best moms and wives that they can. To the sons and daughters, that they be the very best version of themselves. And that second, we always remember that every moment that we're able to enjoy with our loved ones, everything that gives our life and our nation meaning and purpose, was given to us often by total strangers who laid down their lives that this might be the best nation in the history of the world. And finally, to our Gold Star families, I hope you know that I will never forget. I'll never forget your loved ones, that the good life that I have and that my family have is fundamentally because you paid a debt that I can never repay. I'll never forget their smiling faces. I'll never forget their skill and bravery in battle. I'll never forget that all the moments that I'm able to have with my family, they're not able to have with theirs. And most of all, I know from every American across every political persuasion that we love you, we're grateful to you, we're proud of you, and we commit to make the United States of America the very best version of itself, and that is how we honor those who gave their lives to this country. And without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of these United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. What a Beautiful day, as it turns out. It's just perfect. We'd rather have this than the heat. It's just beautiful. It's always beautiful being here. My 5th time, and it never changes. Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kaine, members of the Cabinet, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and fellow citizens. Today, here at Arlington, a very special place that how burial grounds, battlefields across the country and around the world, we unite in solemn observance. With reverent hearts, we honor those who fell so that our republic might stand, those who died so that our nation could live, those who gave up their sacred light on earth so that the sublime light of American freedom would shine forever and ever. This Memorial Day, we salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave. They gave everything. God bless our fallen heroes. We're joined today by some of those they left behind, our incredible Gold Star families, incredible people. To every person here and across America who holds tight to the memory of a warrior taken from them, we will never, ever forget the ones you loved. Gold Star family members, please stand. Receive our thanks, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. My honor. Less than 6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence. Something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice. The first Americans to give their lives in battle fell on April 1775 when 8 patriots were cut down by redcoats. Those guns, they were shot on Lexington Green. They had answered the call to muster against a force 5 times their strength. They said at the time, the greatest in the world, in defense of their cherished rights and their cherished liberty. As the British approached Massachusetts, militiamen summoned destiny itself, saying, if they mean to have a war, let it begin right here. Caleb Harrington was 23 years old when he accompanied his father to the Green that day, torn apart from each other in the chaos of combat. That American son died trying to fight his way back to his father. He wanted to get back to Dad. Caleb's cousin Jonathan was struck down at age 31, shot within the sight of his home, and his young wife and child who awaited his return. Jonathan crawled, bleeding, back to them to die on his own doorstep for a final, terrible but beautiful farewell. His widow and orphan were perhaps the very first Gold Star family in a long unbroken chain that reaches up through the ages to us right here today. When our founding fathers put the ideas of the Declaration of Independence to paper in Philadelphia, they signed and sealed an oath that had already been written in blood by patriots at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill. Their sacrifice birthed the most incredible and exceptional nation in all of history. And our nation is doing better today than it's ever done before. Right? That's right. The cause of independence exploded from that part of the American soul that will not be tamed, that will never be conquered, that will rather face death than to live as slaves to the arbitrary will of another. This is the unyielding spirit that has always set Americans apart and driven generations of American warriors into battle, their chests beating with the cry that says, "We will govern ourselves. We will control our destiny. We will bow to no one but the righteous God who made us and who gave us our rights and blessed this land of free and the bravest of the brave." 10 days into the legendary Battle of the Bulge in World War II, Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ware led 11 men and a tank against entrenched German positions, the toughest positions anywhere in the world. Half the patrol, including Ware himself, were soon wounded, yet still he killed 5 enemy riflemen, demolished 3 German machine gun nests, forced a 4th to surrender, and captured the hill. For his heroism, he received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Unlike most drafted soldiers, Ware stayed in the Army and rose to the rank of general, a highly respected general. In Vietnam, as commander of the 1st Infantry, the Big Red One, they called it. Yeah. That's very nice. He led from the front, and in 1968, that's where he was shot down, surveying enemy positions for the famous assault on Hill 222. Known as the Fighting General, he's buried here in Arlington, and with us is his grandson and namesake, Staff Sergeant Keith Ware, an Air Force veteran. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where are you, Keith? Hi, Keith. Thank you very much. Great honor. We're also honored to be joined by a man who, like General Ware, is a veteran of the largest battle in U.S. Army history, the Battle of the Bulge. At 15, Harry Miller lied about his age to enlist and was soon fighting to stop the SS Panzer divisions as part of the famed 740th Tank Battalion, the Daredevils they were called, of which he is among the last surviving members at 97 years old. Within 6 months after the battle, Harry's unit lost 42 comrades. He's remembering them today. Sergeant Miller, it is a true honor to have you with us. Sergeant Miller. And he looks great. Thank you. Many of the greatest men of that generation followed along an epic path from World War II to Korea and to Vietnam. Major Charles Kelly was the father of aggressive dust-off helicopter flying that made Army medical evacuation pilots among the most fearless in Vietnam, the greatest helicopter pilots, they say, that ever lived. Like Sergeant Miller, Charles enlisted to serve in World War II at age 15. He was wounded at the Battle of Aachen and went on to fight in Korea. But flying helicopter ambulances in Vietnam is what etched his name into history. Since I have been here, he wrote in 1964, we have evacuated 1,800 casualties. And in the last 3 months, we've flown 242 hours at night. No other unit can match this, and they flew the most dangerous routes probably in the history of warfare. 2 weeks later, under brutal enemy fire, Kelly refused to withdraw until he had loaded the wounded aboard. As he prepared for takeoff, an enemy bullet pierced his heart. Yet Charles Kelly's heroic life-saving style lived on. His comrades and command passed on to Captain Patrick Henry Brady, and 4 years later, Brady piloted 3 damaged helicopters in turn to evacuate an incredible 51 wounded warriors under intense fire like no one has seen up till that point. For this, he received also the Congressional Medal of Honor. General Brady is with us at 89 years old as we salute his fallen mentor, Charles Kelly. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock enlisted in the Army in 2006 and became a very special Green Beret. In 2016, he found himself in an hours-long firefight with Afghan terrorists. When a comrade was severely wounded, Matthew wanted to find a landing zone for a medevac rescue. Very dangerous, horrible way to be flying. He was reminded on the dangers, but Matthew replied, we have to save him. We have to do it. Running out in the face of mortars and rocket-propelled grenades, he went to work, but was soon gravely wounded. He was hit from every possible angle. Matthew fell that day, but the soldier he gave his life to save survived and thrived, and Matthew was awarded the Silver Star. We're deeply honored to be joined by Matthew's mother, Joyce, his widow, Allie, and his precious young son, Declan. Here to remember Matthew at his grave in Section 60, 10 years later. So Joyce and Allie and Declan, we salute Sergeant Matthew McClintock as an American hero. Please. Thank you. These are tremendous people. These are brave, brave people. In 2 wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where we're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in 1 day, and we lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful, special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that. One of them was Major Ariana Savino Lindsay, and we're joined by her great family, Omira, Darren, Zevin, and Wick. Stand up, please. Please. There he is. There he is. Thank you. Thank you, Vic. Thank you very much. To all of you, Ariana's selfless gift will not be in vain. Our debt to you is everlasting, and it's always going to end in victory. We're having victories all over the place, more than we've had in many, many decades. Scripture tells us, precious is the sight of the Lord, is the death of his faithful servants. 400,000 souls rest on these grounds, these beautiful grounds, the sacred soil which is first consecrated in the hours of America's greatest division to be eternal symbol of national unity. It cannot be by chance alone that the very first service member laid to rest here in this place of supreme sacrifice was a Union soldier by the name of Private Christman, Private William Henry Christman of Pennsylvania, who died as 19 years old. He was a great young man, they say. Beside him are more than 18,000 other young men named William, over 20,000 named John, over 13,000 named James, joined over time by Isaac, Elijah, Earls, Hanks, Helens, Juans, Margarets, Marius, Donalds, not too many, and others whose names tell the true story of American greatness, and greatness it is. Here beneath arching trees and white stones so beautiful, these many are made one again, united forever as brothers and sisters in arms and children of our fathers in heaven. From coast to coast, from proud cities to humble towns, and from heartland fields, from every race and religion, they came because they could not bear the thought that the nation they loved so much might ask for heroes and hear no answer. But they answered, and they answered very, very loudly at Ticonderoga and San Juan Hill, at Manila Bay and Midway, at Point du Hoc and Busan. The courage of the American warrior has forged a path through every sea and every place that's marked a trail to every corner on the earth. In 250 years, America's heroes have saved more lives, freed more captives, accomplished more good, and spread more hope than any other people at any time in the history of the world. Whole nations, no liberty today. Entire generations, no freedom. Billions and billions of people have been delivered from poverty, tyranny, and oppression because of the sacrifices we honor this day. That's why from Brittany to Sicily, from Panama City to Saipan, from the Netherlands to North Africa to New Zealand, this whole planet is adorned with memorials to America's fallen and to America's greatness, to their courage, carved in marble and engraved in the hearts of all of mankind. We will never forget you. From 1776 to 2026, America has always stood as a great and moral cause. Our warriors are no mere mercenaries. They are guardian angels who stride across the battlefields of history and stand watch over the highest and most beautiful plains the human spirit has ever seen, holding the line between liberty and tyranny, between civilization and barbarism, between good and evil. Wherever the American soldier walks, wherever he fights, wherever he fails, and wherever he falls, he does it for the destiny of a nation like no other. There's never been anybody like you. And for the fate of freedom on this earth, we salute you like nobody has ever been saluted before. By their deaths, those who have gone before us in battle have redeemed the promise of our founding for each future generation. They've not just made the ultimate sacrifice, they've offered the ultimate proof that we Americans do indeed love liberty. We do cherish the self-government given to us by our forefathers. We do believe with all our souls in the mission that God has given to America. And we do intend with all our strength and heart to hold high the torch our heroes handed to us, and we will never, ever let it fall. Thank you very much. You are special, special people. We love you all. God bless the families of the fallen. God bless the men and women who serve. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Now receive the benediction. God of all creation, we pray you bless our nation, our leaders, and those who make decisions over us with wisdom, unity, and grace toward all. Now may the God of peace, who provides freedom to gather, equip us and guide us as we leave this place. May we carry the burden of the brave who paid the ultimate sacrifice by honoring their legacy through our pursuit of justice and compassion. In your strong name I pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome back Craig Morgan and the United States Army Band performing Paradise. as you are able and remain in place as the official party departs and the colors are retired.
This is Lodges with a test count. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Lodges with a test count. Out.
I didn't even realize it ended. Yep, I just finished up dinner, and Panda just finished up hers, and she was in here. After every time she eats, she wants to beat the shit out of me. Yeah, there's the link for the Facebook page. So if you haven't been on there yet or added, that way we can get to 100, so we can stream for the Facebook users. They changed their policy somehow, and I have no hell clue who Heather Manning is, but there you go. We are 29 away. Let me see what is going on. I heard some EAMs going off. Oh, did he cancel Camp David? Did they announce that Camp David was canceled? I don't buy that. Yeah, that what I just posted is from Trump on True Social. Have you ever heard of them canceling stuff because of weather? I mean, unless it's like a major snowstorm or a fucking hurricane. Yeah, the friend request once we get to 100 friends, then it'll allow us to live stream there. Yeah, yeah, I just seen that. Yeah, he made the announcement that they're meeting at the. That's weird. Huh. Yeah, either do I, Kathy. Are we going to see something about a storm being upon us? you know, just like the White House put out about there wasn't going to be any ceremonies for Memorial Day. And, well, guess what? We just seen one. Well, it looks like, let me see, I believe this is current. Well, 7 hours ago, Cleveland, Tennessee, Amarillo has temporarily shut down its operations in its Cleveland facility, Tennessee, after another incident Tuesday morning, marking the company's third emergency response this year. Workers were removing PVC pipe during cleanup work tied to the previous event. Why are all these explosions happening? Let me see, trying to find some news here. The company was, let's see here, Alpha Michael Alpha Echo Romeo Oscar.
This is Tangerine, break, Charlie, Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, uniform, standby, Charlie, Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, uniform, standby, Charlie, Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, uniform, standby. Message follows. Charlie, Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, uniform. November, 3, Victor, Echo, Kilo, 5, Alpha, Sierra, Whiskey, Mike, Sierra, Delta, Charlie, Juliet, uniform, Charlie, Alpha, Alpha, 4, X-ray, Victor, Hotel, Romeo, Golf, I say again, Charlie, Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, uniform, November, 3, Victor, Echo, Kilo, 5, Alpha, Sierra, Whiskey, Mike, Sierra, Delta, Charlie, Juliet, uniform, Charlie, Alpha, Alpha, 4, X-ray, Victor, Hotel, Romeo, Golf. This is Tangerine out. Tangerine out.
Let's see. I got a text that Israel may be under attack. Let me. What's that? Zophar. Let me put this up just in case. I'm not seeing any current alerts, but that doesn't mean that Israel isn't getting ready for let's see. And put that in there and control the audio. Kapow. Yeah, we seen that. It's just weird that Kathy said that she had looked and there was no bad weather coming in, so be interesting if he says the storm or something along those lines. Yeah, he may have, or maybe there's another type of threat that they don't want him leaving the White House. Indiana police chief accused of pawning a gun tied to a criminal case has been arrested. Oops. Yeah, there's nothing. It's almost like the calm before the storm. Yeah, I think old Hakeem's going to get himself in some trouble.
On board with it. And this, I think, speaks to this broader point of the state of the India-U.S. relationship. I think, frankly, that relationship has lost some of its shine over the last year. And this and I think part of that was driven by this idea of India being
Timu Obama.
Welcome to Roland Garros.
No place makes you feel so
agreements, associations, or groups. There are, 2.5 years left of this Trump administration, and then President Trump will be history. With that in mind, what would success look like for the Quad, in your opinion, over the next 5 years?
Well, I think over the next 5 years, the near-term watch point will be to see if a Quad summit takes place. As I said, it didn't happen last year. If it happens this year, a leader-level summit, a focus more towards these more concrete deliverables, rather moving away from rhetoric, a potential expansion of the Quad beyond the four key member states, Australia, Japan, India, and the United States. You could see, for instance, South Korea as, again, another maritime democracy joining. Key indicators of the Quad strengthening its relevance in the Indo-Pacific.
Mr. Bajpai, we've covered a lot of territory in these last 10 minutes or so. We appreciate your time and your valuable insights tonight. Thank you. And before we go, a webcam in the Philippines has captured some spectacular images of a falling meteor. Take a look at this. The meteor is seen entering the Earth's atmosphere behind the erupting Mayon volcano. Now, it may look like it, but the shooting star did not hit the volcano. You would have heard and seen about that for sure. The bright flash shows it burning up before it could reach the ground. Well, the day continues online. You'll find us on YouTube and on other social media platforms at DW News. You can follow me on social media at Brent Goff TV. And remember, whatever happens between now and then, tomorrow is another day. We'll see you then, everybody.
You cannot fix a leaking pipe by walking away from the house.
Should I stay or should I go? A question many Nigerians ask themselves.
And you're saying I should stay here in a country that has no hope. Hope is not a financial strategy.
They feel neglected by their country. But is that a reason to emigrate?
If you want to effect change, the change must happen here.
The 77%. Next.
From designing fashion to designing the environment.
I wanted to do something that was closer to nature.
Divya brings new life to neglected landscapes. She faced challenges in this male-dominated field, but this decision has transformed her life.
Global Us. In 60 minutes.
You know what no one ever taught us how to talk about?
Yes.
Love, sex, relationships.
People say it's an adjustment. It's not an adjustment. It's a new life.
This season, we're going deeper.
I can walk around. If I feel like that on an occasion, I'll masturbate.
Exactly. No shame, no filters. Just honest conversations about what we really think, but rarely get to say out loud. I'm Lisa Mangaldas, and I'm back with a brand new season of Love Matters. Tune in wherever you get your podcasts.
Japa is a word Nigerians use about when they are talking about leaving the country in order to find a better life, to seek opportunities, and asking the questions about when everybody leaves, who will be left behind.
That is right. So with me here are two sides. On my left, you see the pro-Japa team. Now these guys are saying, you know what, leave Nigeria yesterday, not today. Yesterday.
Nigeria has failed systems, security, economic, educational, and in a country where all systems have failed, hope is not a financial strategy.
I'm pro-Japa because financial stability is impossible in our stable economy, and underutilized talent leads to wasted potential.
Over 40 million Nigerians live with some sort of disability. I am pro-Japa because Nigeria is not readily inclusive or accessible for persons living with disabilities.
And on my right side, we see the anti-Japa group. These guys are saying, don't go anywhere, stay in Nigeria.
I am anti-Japa because the solution has never been running away. It has been remaining and fostering our nation, making it better and developed.
You also spend a lot of your income in prohibitive financial costs such as remittances, and you lose
a lot of money for visas and all of those things. So you have to consider all of that before jackpot.
Jackpot is not the smartest decision because it's not available to everyone, but actually a privileged few.
Is jackpot the smartest survival strategy for young Nigerians today? I'm going to start with you, Ore. What do you think?
Young Nigerians, in fact, every Nigerian, but for context, young Nigerians deserve more than the bare minimum from the government. And currently, the government is even giving us below the barest minimum. And you may ask, what exactly is the barest minimum? Firstly, access to electricity, affordable healthcare, justice, security, to mention a few. The average Nigerian is saving money for ransom.
Does the opposing team have anything to say?
The average Nigerian thinks that it needs to move out of the country to make it. But when they leave the country, they are immediately met with a reality check. What is this reality check? First, when they get abroad, they are underpaid because they are considered cheap labor. 21% of unemployed graduates who go abroad are unemployed. Also, they also lose their social capital because they're going to a new country where they do not know anybody. And in fact, they also complain of security. Nigeria is an unsecure country, according to them. But facts prove otherwise. In the United States, across about 3 years, there have been about 48,000 gun deaths. But in Nigeria, which is a country that they place on high ranks in global terrorism index, the number of deaths is in between a few hundred to a few thousand. So there's a very big contrast between people that are pro-Jackpot and anti-Jackpot.
Okay, so Daniel says the position is that you should stay in your country. Or you consider you're itching to speak to me, right?
Yeah, definitely. So let me start by pointing out that if the only thing our pride lands have to offer us is scars, we cannot keep singing Hakuna Matata. Let me bring to your notice the fact that a lot of Nigerians are unemployed. There's a 5.2% rate of unemployment. And yes, you say, oh, they are underpaid abroad. But think about the fact that, first of all, a 5-year student, a person who should study law in 5 years, studies law for 7 years. Or a person who should study medicine for 7 years, studies medicine in 10 years. By the time they graduate, the 3 years they have lost equals $209,538, which their counterpart in the US would have earned. And yet you say they are underpaid abroad. Better to be underpaid than to be here, not have a job, and of course be owed salary even if you have a job.
Favor, I think Lekon wants to say something.
There is no guarantee that because Tokwe studied in Nigeria and he goes abroad, he will get a job over there. In fact, there is a manuscript by Samuel Kinde which proves that many educated Nigerians who go to abroad end up in unskilled labor, like being cleaners. I'm talking about an engineer going abroad in hopes of a greener pasture, only to end up cleaning your toilet. Is that not ironic?
Okay. Let's listen to Mayowa.
A stable future is impossible in an unstable economy. According to the World Bank, in 2021, inflation stood at 16.95. In 2023, 33.24, and currently stands around 15%. You cannot plan your future, you cannot save, you cannot invest.
Let's hear from Esther.
So the opposition keeps saying insecurity, they keep saying unemployment. However, all these things are pointers to a nation that is failing. You cannot fix a leaking pipe by walking away from the house. There is
Our action creates our motivation, not the other way around. This is what feeling alive feels like.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on. Want to take you out to New York City. Earlier today, the mayor and other city officials talking about the need for more housing in the city. And Mayor Mamdani putting a housing plan together, promising to build 200,000 more homes in the city. Let's listen in.
20th century. Echoes of this story have been heard countless times in homes and apartments owned and rented across the 5 boroughs. When New Yorkers can afford a home, they can afford to dream. Yet the opportunities of the past have drifted out of the present's reach. It is nearly impossible today to find affordable housing in New York City. We face one of the most severe housing crises in American history. It is the single largest driver of the affordability crisis. All over Harlem now, there is felt the same bitter expectancy, Baldwin wrote in 1948. There is nothing anyone can do about it. Today, too many New Yorkers feel that same bitter expectancy, the sense that nothing will ever get better, as they watch the rent climb, as they stay up late trying to find a way to afford to stay in the city that they love. This crisis did not arrive all of a sudden. For centuries, New York City built enough housing to keep pace with our population growth until
November 3, Victor, Echo, Kilo, 5, Alpha, Sierra, Whiskey, Mike, Sierra, Delta, Charlie, Juliet, Uniform, Charlie, Alpha, Alpha, Ford, X-Ray, Victor, Hotel, Romeo, Golf. I say again. Bravo, 7, Victor, Romeo, Uniform, November, 3, Victor, Echo, Kilo, 5, Alpha, Sierra, Whiskey, Mike, Sierra,
That almost sounds like that was coming from an airborne, like a E6 or something along those lines.
Median rent was $1,546. By this past January, it had fallen to $1,296, even as the city's population continued to grow. I saw these same patterns in Minneapolis and Seattle. It was clear, when it comes to housing, the binary we face is not between structures and people. It is not between building and organizing, nor is it between the tenants of today and the tenants of tomorrow. It is a far more basic one. It is between a government that debates and a government that delivers. We can keep people in their homes, and we can build the homes that they need to live in. We have spoken about this crisis long enough. It is now time to do something about it. Helping us connect thousands of those in need with permanent housing. Second, I am proud to announce for the first time in our administration that we will preserve and stabilize an additional 200,000 homes. Together, these 400,000 homes will be affordable for working people, and they will be made possible by historic $22 billion capital investment over 5 years. When it comes to affordable housing, no plan of this scale has ever been imagined by a past mayor, let alone proposed. We are the largest city in the nation. We have the resources, the talent, and the will to achieve this. Expanding our housing supply will also kickstart our economy. As we build 200,000 new affordable homes, we will support an average of 30,000 good-paying jobs each year and generate 12,700 permanent jobs once these homes are completed. There is no path to meeting our 200,000 goal of building new homes without meaningful changes to our city's zoning code. Last year, New Yorkers overwhelmingly approved ballot measures making it easier to build across our city. Our housing plan embraces these changes and commits to pursuing further reforms that not only make it easier to build, but help New Yorkers move into these homes faster. Our plan will pursue a multi-pronged strategy to make it easier for New Yorkers to buy a home, including creating hundreds of new affordable co-ops and community land trusts, And we will also make it easier for homeowners to stay in their homes as we combat deed theft and relaunch the Mortgage Assistance Program. Combined, these efforts will lead to growth beyond anything New Yorkers have seen in generations. For some, the dream of homeownership will finally be within reach. Others will be able to sleep easily in homes they no longer fear losing. The second plank of our housing plan includes some of the strongest and most expansive tenant protections anywhere in the United States of America. There is a reason why I put tenants front and center on my first day in office, when I visited a long-neglected, rent-stabilized building and declared that we will not wait to deliver action. Nearly 70% of New Yorkers do not own their homes, and yet tenants helped to carry this movement to City Hall because they believed in a city that could actually fight for them, that could actually protect them from bad landlords, that could actually ensure that their struggles would shape the policies that impact their lives. This plan that we present today was guided by New Yorkers' testimony during our rental ripoff hearings, and it reflects their concerns and their needs. And as we empower tenants, we will place a special emphasis on those in the Bronx who have so long been excluded from investments, who have been subjected to acute neglect, and who have faced destructive fires at the highest rate in this city. I am proud to announce a legislative task force to overhaul our city's outdated housing maintenance code. When I say housing, you say maintenance code. We will catch problems proactively and prevent them from becoming full-blown hazards, from day-to-day negligence to major breaches of fire code. We will also improve how 311 logs and investigates complaints. Starting on October 1st of this year, inspectors will investigate every single heat complaint the city receives. And we will support New Yorkers as they organize with their neighbors. If you form a tenant union, the city will stand with you. We will deliver the accountability you deserve from your landlord by doing a roof-to-basement inspection of your building. Finally, through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves. The third core plank of our plan is years overdue. We will deliver the transformative investments that public housing has long needed, but not received. Our public housing system, the largest of its kind in the country, was born from Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia's conviction that government owed its people decent, dignified homes. NYCHA began as a testament to something great, that government can not only imagine a better life for those it serves, but that it can fulfill that vision. And yet that conviction has become a relic of the past. After decades of disinvestment, NYCHA tenants have come to expect that no matter who is in office, they will be overlooked. Their concerns will be ignored. That ends today. City Hall will rewrite a legacy of neglect with the largest city capital commitment to NYCHA in decades. $5.6 billion over 5 years. And we will do all of this while ensuring that NYCHA remains publicly owned and publicly operated. This is about putting city government in the driver's seat. This is about delivering the changes that New Yorkers have been demanding with little avail for decades. These funds will go towards comprehensive renovations guided by resident input. We will build on the success of the existing leak and mold call center and expand the model to other repairs. No longer will it take more than 400 days to fix an elevator in this city. When NYCHA residents call for help, they will be able to expect immediate improvements. Longevity is the goal. This plan will reboot NYCHA as a public developer for the first time in generations. In doing so, it will equip our public housing system with a stream of revenue to sustain it well into the future. Each plank of this plan builds on the work that we have already advanced over the past 6 months. Since taking office, we have launched the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants and the Office of Deed Theft Prevention. We have cut red tape blocking affordable housing development. We have held bad landlords accountable to the tune of $65 million. And we have broken ground on thousands of affordable homes. Today, we make it official. We will finish the work we have started. We will prove that government can deliver on the solutions to the toughest problems, not just debate them. I will close with this. So often when confronted with intractable challenges, the world has looked to New York City to show the way. We have built great things before. Skyscrapers that rise into the clouds, grand bridges, libraries, and museums, the most ambitious public housing developments in the nation, a team that can come back from 22 points with a little more than 6 minutes left in the first game. Block by block, we will build once again. And we will prove that the belief we hold, that every person deserves a dignified home, is more than an ideal. It is a responsibility that government can and that government will fulfill. Beginning today, we will no longer speak in the language of promise. We will speak in the language of present. We will build more homes. We will protect tenants. We will deliver record funding to NYCHA. Let the largest city in the nation deliver the largest municipal housing transformation this country has ever seen. With a history like the one that we have in this city, it is tempting to believe that New York City's best days are behind us. But we know that that is not the case. They are waiting to be built. So let us build them together, block by block. Now, in the words of Milwaukee Mayor Emil Seidel, a sewer socialist himself, let's go after it and get it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. You have truly put affordability, and particularly housing affordability, at the center of our government's work. And it's an honor to be part of the team at City Hall and across the administration, so many folks here today, to drive this agenda forward. We know that New York City would not be the greatest city in the world without affordable housing. Our amazing diversity and creativity is only possible because so many different kinds of people are able to live here. But as much as we pride ourselves on our diversity, for decades, we have not backed that diversity up with the housing options that New Yorkers need to truly thrive. For too many New Yorkers, especially those who earn the least, the first day of the month is truly scary. The housing crisis is pushing people out of their neighborhoods, and it is making our city off limits to newcomers when we should be welcoming them instead. That's why I'm so thrilled to be here with everyone today and our mayor to roll out block by block. This truly is the housing plan for a new era. This plan shows what it looks like to treat the housing crisis with the scale and urgency that it deserves. The building we are in today has itself a deep history. Originally infrastructure to support our rapidly expanding transit system, today it's a nonprofit manufacturing and art facility that honors the past, present, and future of Gowanus. Block by Block does the same. It recognizes New York's legacy as home to some of the first public housing and the strongest tenant protections in the country, and it welcomes us into the future as well, ensuring that we have the tools we need to truly grow in an equitable and affordable way. Underlying this plan, as you just heard from the mayor, are three key values. First, that strong tenant rights are the foundation of an affordable, creative, and livable New York. We will go after the worst landlords because landlords who were notorious to tenant organizers more than a decade ago should not still be neglecting conditions today. Second, we will be supercharging the public sector with investments in building new housing, preserving housing, creating innovative new financing tools to make government more effective. This includes the historic $22 billion commitment to affordable and public housing in our 5-year capital plan. But it goes beyond that to actually hiring staff at our housing agencies so that we can be sure that the money is being put to good use. It also means shaping the housing market, whether through innovating new financing tools like a revolving loan fund or a city-backed insurance provider to take on the fastest growing costs facing affordable housing. And third, our housing plan makes clear, New York City has to grow. We simply do not have enough housing to meet the needs of everyone who lives here. And we will be adding housing of all types, apartments, co-ops, home ownership, shared housing, market rate, affordable, and more. I really hope you'll all take the time to dig into the new housing plan. It truly lays out how we will bring city government into New Yorkers' lives, helping them get organized, helping them stay in their homes, and creating new housing. Our housing plan is also clear that homelessness is a housing problem. In Block by Block, we will make a $1.1 billion commitment to supportive housing. And every day, we are working together with Deputy Mayor Helen Arteaga and her team to ensure that we have an all-of-government approach to reducing evictions, preventing homelessness, and getting New Yorkers into permanent housing faster. And importantly, we are making clear that the workers building all of this housing will be well-paid and in safe jobs. Underpinning all of these efforts is a commitment to public excellence. Today feels like a truly historic day for the city. It's when we set our city's housing into a new era with the most ambitious housing plan in recent history. I hope this plan shows that we don't have to choose between new housing and tenant protections, between incentivizing private market housing and preserving public housing. We can and must do all of it. Lastly, I want to say how grateful I am to the team of public servants who helped put this plan together and all of the advocates and partners who shared their ideas. Your work will truly be felt by every New Yorker in the years to come. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce a steadfast advocate for tenants, not just in New York City, but all across the state, Sumati Kumar.
The sun now raising up, and the crowd now waking up. The atmosphere.
Good morning. You're hearing it more and more. Tenants run New York City. We are the teachers, restaurant workers, artists, cleaners, students, train operators who make the city run.
All right, everyone. You are watching live now from Fox. We're listening to New York City officials, including the mayor, talk about the need for more housing in the city there. Wanted to bring that to you, but it is a new hour on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. It is less than an hour to go until polls close in Texas. The special runoff election, especially when it comes to the GOP Senate primary. I want to now take it back to Fox 7 Austin coverage as they continue to talk about some of the big races tonight.
In the March primaries are competing for their party's nomination. Candidates who win in the runoff will be on the ballot come November. Fox 7 Austin's Angela Shen joining us live in Central Austin with more on how polling locations are looking so far. Angela?
Yeah, I'm at the Travis County Clerk's office where things have been moving smoothly today. It looks like there's a few more people than there were earlier, partly because people are coming after they've gotten off work and a lot of the employees probably have left for the day. So there seems to be a little bit more traffic than when we were here earlier today. But overall, throughout Travis County, the vast majority of places have been moving smoothly. There is an online map where you can check wait times, and there were a couple of spots that showed a 15-minute wait at certain points throughout the day, but when I refreshed that map, they all went down to no wait time. And same thing in Williamson County. The vast majority of places had no wait. A few spots throughout the day had a slight wait, and then once I refreshed that map, it all went back down to no wait. So according to the Travis County Clerk, 43,886 voters cast their ballots early. Now that's data as of last Thursday. That represents 4.7% of voter turnout. Now, Travis County has 154 voting locations, including the Travis County Clerk's office. Williamson County has a total of 30 polling locations. As of noon on Tuesday, the overall turnout in Williamson County for Election Day is 4,758. Now, in the March primaries, Williamson and Dallas counties switched to precinct voting instead of county-wide voting, causing some voters to go to the wrong location. But for today's runoff, voters could go to any polling location in their county. Voters we spoke to say they didn't have problems in the March primary and things were smooth today.
I think the walk from here to the Sports Center door was longer than the wait time and how long it took me to vote.
It's important to vote, and there's some elections that I care about today, and so yes, I think I voted every time since I've been 21, which is when I was first able to vote way back when.
And polls will be open until 7 p.m. As long as you are in line by 7, you will be allowed to vote. Alec.
Angela, are there any changes to the voting process from before?
Yeah, so there's a couple. Some voters might notice that their congressional district has changed because of redistricting. The Travis County Clerk also says they're making some changes to fall in line with the state law that's going to go into effect in 2027, and that's where they're not counting the early voter ballots until Election Day. So it used to be that some of that data would be available beforehand, but now with that new state law, the early voter ballots and the Election Day ballots, they will be counted together, and those results will be posted together after the polls close. Back to you.
Angela Shen, thank you. The race for Texas's U.S. Senate seat is one of the most competitive Republican primaries the state has seen in decades. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn and Attorney General Ken Paxton fighting for Republican votes this runoff. Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis is live in downtown Austin with the latest. Meredith?
Hey, Alec, yeah, neither Paxton nor Cornyn secured a majority of the votes during the primary, so this is the runoff. Cornyn is seeking a fifth six-year term. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton walking away from his statewide office to take on Cornyn. Senator Cornyn says his experience and the relationships he's built over the years in Washington are key to delivering results for Texas. Cornyn points to border security funding, legislation targeting illegal immigration, expanding rural health care and investing in mental health services. He's backed by many establishment Republicans in Washington who see him as more electable and stable. Cornyn attacking Paxton, saying he has too much baggage to win the general election, from his felony securities fraud charges, impeachment, and ethics investigations. Team Cornyn posted to X this afternoon saying Texas cannot afford to hand this Senate seat to crooked Ken. We need proven conservative leadership that delivers results, not chaos and distractions. Now, the winner of this runoff will go against the Democratic nominee, James Talarico, in November. Alec, back to you.
It is coming down to the final hour of voting. One of the top races Texans are polling for is the overtime round between Attorney General Ken Paxton and Senator John Cornyn, after neither GOP candidate received a majority of votes in the March primary. Fox 7 Austin's Katie Pratt is here with a look at Paxton's campaign. Katie?
Well, what makes this marquee Senate race even more interesting, Alec, is the fact that neither of these two politicians have lost an election. But for one of these candidates, that winning streak ends tonight. The race between incumbent John Cornyn and Attorney General Ken Paxton has been competitive from the start. This is the most expensive Senate primary races in history. More than $135 million have been spent in campaign funding. Ken Paxton is running on his history of lawsuits as Attorney General, America First conservative values, and prioritizing strict border security. However, now that Paxton has the weight of the president behind him, landing that 11th hour endorsement, he is favored to win the Republican ticket for the Texas primary runoff election. Now, the winner will go on to face Democratic challenger State Representative James Talarico of Austin. Reporting in studio, Katie Pratt, Fox 7 Austin News.
Thank you, Katie. We are keeping a close eye on the runoff in the lieutenant governor's race, and the winner will head straight to the general election. But to understand what happens next, we have to look at the clear divide in how these two candidates spent their careers. On one side, Vicki Goodwin. She's a 4-term state representative from Austin. Her angle is legislative readiness. She knows the blueprints of the Capitol building and has the existing relationships to navigate a GOP majority Senate. On the other side is Marcos Velez, a Houston area labor leader and steel worker. He frames himself as someone who understands the struggles of inflation and wages better than a career politician. Be sure to join us for updates on voting numbers and what's next. You can find it on our website at fox7austin.com, and more tonight starting at 7 on Fox Local.
All right, we'll continue to check in with Fox 7 Austin and others, including Fox 4 Dallas, when we come back after a quick 2-minute break. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a demo to see how it works.
It's showtime. This is a performance. Keep the rhythm. Here we go. I want you to bring me that energy.
This Memorial Day, who will you honor? Memberships are on sale now, so start your journey today.
Play 10 all-new games, including John Wick Continental Pursuit with the Summer Season Pass, only at Dave & Buster's.
Pizza Baked Spaghetti is back at Fazoli's for only $5.99. If that math's not mathing, allow me to elaborate. Melty cheese, loaded with sauce, topped with pepperoni, all baked to perfection for only $5.99. Pizza Baked Spaghetti, for a limited time, only at Fazoli's.
Shake it time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow.
New Balance, we got now.
Connection isn't just physical, it's mental too. And that's actually why I wanted to share this. It's called Blue Chew Gold. What makes this one different is it's just not the focus on the physical side. It also supports mental arousal, so you're not just stuck in your head. And when you're not overthinking everything, you can just actually relax and be present, which honestly changes everything. If you want to feel that connection again, you can try Blue Chew Gold.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. We want to continue the coverage out in Texas as polls are about to close in a little more than 45 minutes from now. Let's go out to some of the coverage. Fox 4 Dallas.
They are now in the digital studio tracking it all for us. We've got Fox 4's Sean Rabb, Stephen Dial, Casey Stegall. And guys, there are so many storylines to these races. It's going to be an interesting night in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting night. Runoff election day will soon turn to watch party night. And what watch parties will be sad and which ones will be joyous. Man, we were talking off camera. I mean, there's so many storylines, so many what ifs in this race, the marquee race, the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, and let's start with that big race that everybody's been watching for 14 months now, coming down to tonight. John Cornyn trailing in the polls, all polls, if they're showing them close together or showing Paxton with a wide lead. He's been trying to challenge on credibility, character, electability, and accountability, and we'll see if it matters to voters tonight.
And we'll also see what matters, whether the endorsement from President Trump is going to give, as we said, the wind in Ken Paxton's sails. This was a last-minute endorsement, and both men had been seeking that additional boost from President Trump. And initially, he said he wasn't going to weigh into the race, and then last Tuesday kind of took a lot of people by surprise when President Trump came out and threw his support behind Attorney General Ken Paxton.
So we'll see. You know, there are some people who say, I'll never vote for Cornyn. He's a rhino Republican. There are other people who say, I'll never vote for Paxton. So we'll see who votes for who tonight.
And there's some other races on the ballot, some other races that got a lot of money spent on it. One, the Attorney General's race on the Republican side.
Yeah, Attorney General, obviously with Ken Paxton vacating that seat, that leaves a position open. So Republicans are deciding whether Chip Roy, Freedom Caucus Congressman who previously served as Paxton's first assistant attorney General, is going to get that or not, or Mays Middleton, MAGA Mays, as a lot of people know him by from the very successful ad campaigns. He's a Galveston state senator and president of his own family's oil company. What I think is interesting is that he has virtually no courtroom experience. And when you are running the Attorney General's office, you are the top legal officer for the state. So be curious to see how that shakes out, considering he doesn't have a lot of litigation experience in a courtroom.
But he has that name ID now because of all that money. Everyone knows MAGA Mays by now. And Sean, more locally, the redistricting district up here, Texas 33.
Oh, and by the way, there's some Democrats in the runoff also, right? And this is the race between Julie Johnson and Colin Allred for the new District 33. And while they've gone at each other, certainly they've not gone at each other like the Republican candidates have. Now, Julie Johnson hit Colin Allred on what he did when he was in office or what he didn't do, her perception of that. Of course, she followed him as the representative in 32 at that time. And of course, he has attacked her for investing in Palantir, this analytics company that had ties to the federal contracts to immigration. So she said, I didn't make those investments, someone else did. So that's where we are in that race.
And this is going to come down to turnout, just like any other race, but specifically because it's a runoff. Was there a late surge? Was there a Trump influence? The polls close in less than an hour, so we'll see soon.
All right, we will check.
All right, that was the coverage there. Fox 4 Dallas will continue to check in with them, and Fox 7 Austin as the evening continues to roll on. And of course, we will have the results as they do come in. All right, everyone, we'll take a 2-minute break. Be back with more on Live Now.
Download Love's Rewards and get a free Love's coffee or fountain drink. Just buy any 4 and get the 5th one free.
With the economy at a crossroads, Ohio families are feeling the pressure. What path do we choose? Sherrod Brown repeatedly backed extreme progressive policies that drove up prices, raising taxes, fueling out-of-control spending, and pushing job-killing regulations, taking money out of your pocket when you need it the most. Sherrod Brown puts his party's extreme progressive policies over Ohio families, putting Washington politics first and hurting Ohio. We just can't afford Sherrod Brown.
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take it. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, if you need it, we print it. Print everything for your business at Vistaprint.com.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. Well, it is almost June. And you know that means, especially for World Cup fans, we are getting closer to the tournament starting. And today, getting a little bit closer and getting more exciting for the U.S. men's team. The roster was revealed. Let's go out right now to Fox News' Chelsea Torres with a breakdown of what we're learning.
Hey there, Mike. Well, we're just a couple weeks away from the start of the 2026 World Cup, and now we're learning who will represent the U.S. men's national team right here on their home turf. Fans packing New York City's Pier 17 for the reveal of the U.S. men's roster. 26 players will represent the United States for the first men's World Cup in their home country in more than 30 years, and fans are excited.
Just absolutely cool to get to see, who we're going to be rooting on in a few weeks.
Center Tim Ream is the U.S. captain. He's the veteran anchor for a backline that includes Chris Richards, Mark McKenzie, Austin Trusty, and Miles Robinson.
Drawing on the experience that we had in 2022 is going to be important. We have a group that knows what to expect and knows what's needed. The training starts tomorrow, and it's all hands on deck.
Star winger Christian Pulisic is poised to be the U.S.'s most dangerous scoring option.
He's got to step up and be the star this summer.
Pulisic leads an attacking group that includes Tim Weah, Malik Tillman, Gio Reyna, Brendan Aronson, and Alejandro Zendejas.
We're hoping for great stuff, so, we've dreamt about this moment our whole entire life, so I'm happy to be here with my brothers.
While the U.S. is considered an underdog compared to some of the traditional heavyweights in Europe and South America, fans say don't count them out.
Hopefully can make a run. Trying to keep my expectations realistic, but if we can make the round of 16 quarterfinals, I would be thrilled.
And the U.S. will play their first game against Paraguay on June 12th in Los Angeles. You can find all the games right here on Fox. Mike.
Yeah, Chelsea, that is the date we have circled, and we will continue to wait for the tournament to start. But we appreciate all the updates and hoping for the very best for the U.S. team.
That's right. Thank you, Mike.
Take care. All right, everyone. We will take another 2-minute break. Be back with more on Live Now from Fox.
We decided to implement NetSuite because of the complexity of the business. I have 5 times as many people outside of finance using NetSuite as I have within finance.
You're gonna wait until you feel an invitation. Think about reaching up through your leg and just breathe.
Grimy outdoor messes? 30 Seconds Outdoor Cleaner tackles tough messes like these in seconds. Just spray it on, then rinse away built-up grime. Works fast on siding, brick, furniture, and more. 30 Seconds Outdoor Cleaner. Erase outdoor grime in seconds.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. Next up, let's go out to Philadelphia. Earlier today, the DA, Larry Krasner, and other city officials coming together to talk about the exoneration of a 1997 murder case for several inmates. Let's listen in on Live Now.
And we never lose sight of either one. The reality is they tend to go together. Today, we're going to start out talking about freedom. Today, we have the exoneration of 3 men who've been in jail for a long time for a crime. The court agrees with our office that their convictions lack integrity. You're going to hear more about it in a moment, but at the heart of this case is the fact that a long time ago, they were convicted based upon the testimony of a medical examiner that we have every reason to believe was wrong. That medical examiner identified a time of death that was way off, and that was a very important fact because it connected to when a witness claimed she saw 3 men on the porch. There's some real problems with that witness, whose lies were documented by police officers who were actually present to confirm that she was telling them untruths to benefit herself. But that is secondary. What is most important in this particular case is the reality that a medical examiner, and there's some issues with this medical examiner that I'll get into, a medical examiner testified to a time of death that we have every reason to believe was incorrect then, is incorrect now, and that much more accomplished medical examiners confirm is incorrect. Therefore, we are here, and you'll hear the details in a moment, we are here to talk about what we have to do in the interest of freedom when we have people sitting in a jail cell potentially for their entire lives, and the truth is that their conviction lacks integrity. The court's answer today is one with which we agree, and that is that conviction has to be overturned and they have to be free. I will also say that keeping people in jail when there's no integrity in their conviction doesn't make us safe. It's a tremendous amount of money that we spend to keep people in jail. If they're innocent, we're spending it the wrong way, and we're letting the guilty people run who committed the crime. If the conviction lacks integrity, once again, we're spending it the wrong way. $60,000 a year to keep someone in jail when you have no idea whether that person committed a crime or not makes no sense. When that money can be in our public schools, it can be in intervention, it can be in treatment, it can be in proper policing, it can be in forensics, it can be in every other thing that makes us safe and that is actually effective. It is my pleasure at this time to call forward the 2 excellent attorneys from the DA's office who have carefully shepherded this case, either recently or for a very long time. They are the head of our Conviction Integrity Unit, Matt Stigler, and also Rebecca McDonald, who is a very experienced and capable attorney and has been working with this unit essentially from the day she came in the door several years ago. They're going to come forward and they're going to explain to you a lot of the details of the case. I will come up again, say a few words, and then we will go to question and answers. My pleasure to call forward Matt Stigler, Rebecca McDonald.
My name is Matthew Stigler. I am the new head of the Conviction Integrity Unit of the Philadelphia DA's office. The conviction of these three men was a grave injustice, and we're proud that the CIU helped to fix it. We commend Judge Schultz for her fairness and her care in reaching this just result. This is Rebecca McDonald. She's an assistant district attorney in the Conviction Integrity Unit, and she was the assigned ADA who handled this case.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Matt said, I am ADA McDonald, and I was the assigned attorney on this case. Undoing these wrongful convictions took years of intensive effort by the Conviction Integrity Unit, and we are confident that the correct result was reached today. Thank you.
All right, a few more points that I think are worth bearing in mind. There is a history to this medical examiner, Bennett Preston, who testified in cases in Philadelphia, and after quitting in Philadelphia, went to be an expert in Delaware County. Are you listening, Delaware County? Delaware County, are you listening? Conviction integrity is not just an issue in one part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The judge in court, on the record, stated that among the reasons she was vacating these convictions, one of the elements was the disciplinary record of Bennett Preston, who quit here and then went to work in Delaware County. Are you listening, Delaware County? A lot of talk coming from these other counties about their oath, justice, freedom. We are available to the extent we are able. We are available. Any chief prosecutor who actually wants to seek justice is welcome to call us. Point one. Point two, this case, which was prosecuted by Carlos Vega some years ago, sadly, is another example of an era when a lot of things we know now were not known, and a lot of convictions occurred that we now know lack integrity. My office is doing everything it can moving forward to prevent mistakes. We know we can't prevent them all. To prevent the use of witnesses who are not reliable, to make sure information is disclosed so the defense has it. And one of the people who's played an instrumental role in doing that before he became the chief of the Conviction Integrity Unit is Matt Stigler, who previously held a role as the chief of our federal litigation unit, a unit that often is involved in very serious litigation about homicide cases, and then served a unique role as our Brady czar. What do I mean by Brady czar? Well, Brady is a United States Supreme Court case that says the prosecution has an obligation to give the defense the things that will help them. That's a simple version, but that's what it says. In an office, the DA's office, that, in my opinion, for decades before we got there, did not always uphold Brady, did not always uphold constitutional rights for defendants by making sure the defense got the evidence that the Constitution says they're required to get. We felt it was necessary to have an expert go all around the office, talk to all the different units, and make sure that our homicide unit, our majors unit, I could go on and on, even our misdemeanor unit, understood that we have a sacred obligation. If you're a DA and you got power, you got to use it the right way. And that sacred obligation is to give the defense what the Constitution says they should get, which is what helps them. Well, that's what Matt Stigler did in the office for quite some time. And he did it step by step, person by person, rule by rule, throughout the office. We are trying to make sure that we, this office, by the time I'm done, doesn't do this. That we don't have a bunch of people sitting in jail whose convictions lack integrity. That we don't have innocent people sitting in jail doing time for crimes.
All right, everyone, you were watching live now from Fox. That was the update from Philadelphia officials on the three men exonerated in that 1997 murder case. We do want to go on to some live video that we are featuring for you right now. This has been an active protest really all day between ICE agents and protesters clashing right now outside of a New Jersey facility. And here is the look right now. Just moments ago, we did see someone getting pulled away and arrested here. We'll play back that tape in just moments, but just wanted to show you what it looks like right now from this vantage point. You see the line there of agents and other personnel that are keeping an eye on these protesters. Again, this all happening at Delaney Hall right outside as protesters continue to clash with these ICE agents outside of the Newark, New Jersey detention center amid a hunger strike that is going on right now. And this is just the vantage point that we're able to bring to you on Live Now from Fox, but just wanted to showcase the very latest different live feeds that are rolling in right here as always. We'll show you the moments just a little bit ago. This was about 2 minutes ago, and you could see the clashing happening, the back and forth between protesters, and then you saw just a run here, and this is how it just all played out when they needed to get one person in custody right there. And you see the agents there rushing to get that person. And then we do have people being sprayed as well to try to get them away from the agents trying to make this arrest right there. But yeah, that was just some of the moments just a little bit ago that we were seeing that we wanted to showcase to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's show you this update from Homeland Security posting on X saying, "We will not let rioters stop or slow ICE down," while New Jersey sanctuary politicians and anti-ICE agitators chose to spend their Memorial Day weekend smearing law enforcement and rioting outside ICE's Delaney Hall facility. Our law enforcement continue to put their lives on the line to arrest murderers, pedophiles, and kidnappers. Back out live right now. We're just keeping an eye on things. If we see any more, we will be sure to bring that to you and update you along the way. All right, everyone, we'll take a 2-minute break and be back with more.
We knew that a system like NetSuite will help us scale. Having put NetSuite in place, we've definitely optimized our processes. In terms of inventory level accuracy, we are over 95%. Our order-to-cash cycles are very smooth, and we take pride in that.
With Chime, you bank Pete Reed.
And get 5% cash back on any category you choose.
Our action creates our motivation, not the other way around. This is what feeling alive feels like. Punch through the ceiling. Woo, that's spicy.
John Husted took money from Epstein's co-conspirator, then blocked release of the files.
With the economy at a crossroads, Ohio families are feeling the pressure. What path do we choose? Sherrod Brown repeatedly backed extreme progressive policies that drove up prices, raising taxes, fueling out-of-control spending, and pushing job-killing regulations, taking money out of your pocket when you need it the most. Sherrod Brown puts his party's extreme progressive policies over Ohio families, putting Washington politics first and hurting Ohio. We just can't afford Sherrod Brown.
This is Blue Chew Gold, the ultimate 4-in-1 formula. Built for strength where it counts. With sildenafil for power, tadalafil for endurance. But gold doesn't stop at blood flow, so we added apomorphine to spark desire and oxytocin to deepen connection. Not just harder, closer. Blue Chew Gold. Take action, get action.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. Here is the look right now from the John Cornyn watch party for Senator Cornyn here as this is really less than 30 minutes to go in voters heading to the polls before the polls close on this special runoff election here for the GOP Senate race out in Texas. This is what Senator Cornyn said just a little bit ago on X, saying, okay, we are down to just a little more than an hour to vote before the polls close. If you're standing in line at 7 p.m., you'll get to vote. So please go vote like your future depends on it, because it does. Want to go out to the coverage. Fox 4 Dallas continuing to break down today's races.
The winner will face Democrat James Tallarico in the November general election. We're also watching the U.S. House race for District 33. That's between Julie Johnson and Colin Allred. We've got team coverage for you tonight. We're going to start with Fox 4's David Santendry. David, a very contentious race between Paxton and Cornyn.
Yeah, a contentious race, and for our viewing tonight, we are at Ken Paxton's watch party. This is where I was at a couple months ago during that primary election. We're back here for the runoff. There are maybe about a few dozen people inside right now. The doors just opened maybe 30 minutes ago, so not a whole lot of people here yet, but that's typical for these sort of events. You usually don't see people rolling in until about 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock in the evening. That's what we're expecting tonight. So again, just a few dozen people here right now, getting ready, getting a vibe for the evening. Again, this is the most significant race on the ballot right now. We're talking about Ken Paxton, who is working to unseat U.S. Senator John Cornyn, the winner facing Democrat James Tallarico in November. And as it's much been talked about over the past few weeks, keep in mind, Donald Trump has been dangling his endorsement for the past couple of months, only announcing his plan for an endorsement last week, saying that Paxton is his guy. Now, we know in politics it's usually difficult to take down an incumbent, and John Cornyn has held his Senate seat for more than 20 years. We're talking about since 2002, but Paxton has now emerged as the frontrunner in this race. And even before the runoff election, this was the most expensive primary in Texas state history, more than $100 million spent. And again, that was even before the primary that we saw earlier this year. There have been some direct attack ads running in this race, including ads in which Cornyn has called Paxton unelectable for his very public divorce from his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton. And again, that was due to Ken Paxton's cheating allegations. In fact, Cornyn declined a recent request from the state party chair to stop those negative ads. We'll see what Ken Paxton has to say tonight. We hope. We were talking to someone from his campaign just a bit ago who was telling us that he expects Paxton to take stage maybe just a bit after 9 this evening, after a few speakers, warm up the crowd, give some sort of an introduction. But things are always fluid in these sorts of situations, because a lot of it usually depends on how many votes have been tallied, and then, of course, who's in the lead. I know for now we're going to explore what our other reporters are checking out, and I want to send it over to Fox 4's Amelia Jones down in Dallas.
Thanks, David. Well, District 33 is now entirely anchored in Dallas County, and it's expected to heavily favor Democrats in November. That means tonight's runoff could essentially decide who represents the seat in Congress. On one side, you have Colin Allred. He's expected to hold his watch party at Union Hall behind me in downtown Dallas. Allred is a former congressman who represented North Texas before unsuccessfully running for U.S. Senate in 2024. He finished first in the March primary and has picked up support from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. On the other side is Julie Johnson, a current Congresswoman who succeeded Allred in the old 32nd District. She has gained support from several top Democrats, including State Representative and U.S. Senate candidate James Tallarico, who joined her on the campaign trail. Allred wholeheartedly supported Johnson when she ran for his old seat, but now the race has become hotly contested. Allred has criticized Johnson over stock trades involving a company with ties to immigration, which Johnson says is misleading, and the trades were handled by independent money managers, then sold when she became aware of them. Johnson, meanwhile, has attacked Allred over past immigration votes, accusing him of moving right while running statewide. Allred says those votes came during a different political moment under the Biden administration. These topics are important as District 33 is now a majority-minority district with a large Latino population. I spoke to Allred's team this morning, and they told me he's feeling good and enthusiastic going into tonight. Julie Johnson's team told me that she is not hosting her own watch party, but she is expected to join Attorney General Democrat candidate Nathan Johnson's watch party nearby. She's going to be there after the polls close. For now, Heather, back to you.
All right, Amelia, thank you. So when the polls close tonight, we will have live streaming coverage of the results on our Fox local app. Stephen Dial, Casey Stiegel, and Sean Rabb will have analysis, which will begin at 7 o'clock. It will go until 9. Just scan the QR code for the Fox local app where you can watch our live election coverage for free.
All right, that was coverage Fox. And we continue to bring you the very latest right here. As always, we're also keeping an eye on the podium here for Senator John Cornyn. Expected to make some remarks right now to the media in just a little bit. But I want to go back out live right now. We are keeping an eye of this ICE protest that is going outside of the New Jersey facility. We've been seeing some back and forth. And right now, once again, some more sprays coming to the protesters from these agents as they are trying to get a handle of the situation that is going on right now outside of Delaney Hall in New Jersey for this ICE facility. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of this here for you. Just wanted to pass that along to you. We're also keeping an eye on Senator John Cornyn for his remarks before the polls close in Texas. Let's go out right now to some of the coverage from Fox 26 in Houston as they talk about the big races.
Ballots cast, those don't get counted until well after Election Day, meaning that if we're in a situation where, say, the Congressional District 18 race is very close, we may find ourselves waiting a couple of days or more in terms of finding the result. When you couple that with Harris County often not getting the Election Day results in until early in the morning, we may not know the victor in the Congressional District 18 race until the early morning, potentially longer. A lot will just depend on the early vote numbers. It could also be that the early vote numbers come in favorably for one candidate or another by such a large margin that it doesn't really matter what happened in Fort Bend County.
Bill King, the greater Houston area seems to be building an intimate relationship with election boondoggles. I mean, your thoughts here?
Well, first of all, running elections in big counties is tough. I mean, it's a hard job.
But this is the age of AI, Bill.
Well, I understand that, but especially in Harris County where, you know, we elect 50 or 60 judges at a time. We got the longest ballot in the country. I don't know. I've worked in elections a lot, and I'm just telling you, there's a lot that goes into putting on an election, and for the machines to be down for a couple hours after, I don't know, we'll get 10 days of early voting or whatever. I mean, you know, you can go back and vote later, or you should have voted before. I'm not sure it's going to make all that much difference, except that it could delay the results like Mark talked about. I can easily see that being the case.
Paul, your thoughts?
Oh, I'm sure we have some litigation that's going to come out of this, especially if vote total is close. And again, this is a weird election. We didn't have a weekend during which people could cast an early vote. And so as a result, people may not have remembered until the last minute. And I don't know exactly how many people this may have impacted, but I'm sure if it's greater than 0, people will be complaining about it.
All right, I want to talk to all three of you about what I call the environment. And this is not the first election we have covered, but it seems to be one of those that could be transitional. We are watching an electorate dealing with a president with a 37% approval rating, and for the first time in a very long time, Democrats have a legitimate hope of winning statewide. Mark, how do you gauge the current environment?
Well, it's not a good environment for Texas Republicans. You, as you mentioned, have a very unpopular Donald Trump in the White House who seems to get more and more unpopular with each passing day. You also have Republicans at least on track to nominate a deeply flawed candidate for the position of U.S. Senate. That's top of the ticket. In past elections, Ken Paxton, whose dirty laundry was much less well known by voters, could hide behind Greg Abbott's coattails as Attorney General, running against Democrats who at most had $500,000 to campaign against him. Now, with Tallarico being a good Democratic candidate and Paxton the potential Republican nominee, it wouldn't surprise me to see Democrats nationally come in and drop $100 to $150 million, airing all of Ken Paxton's dirty laundry. And there is a lot of dirty laundry there. With that, it puts Texas potentially in play. Now, we do want to, I think Republicans are at least at a nadir right now if we assume Donald Trump's approval ratings won't fall any further. That is, the bloody primary has had its effect. Negative opinions about Paxton are about as high as they're going to get on the Republican side. What we haven't yet seen is the onslaught of Republican attack heads on James Tallarico, which we can expect in full force in the $100 to $150 million range if the Democrats mount a strong campaign, which I expect them to do. So contextually, though, it is probably the best chance the Democrats have had to flip a Republican seat statewide since at least 2002.
Bill King, as long as I've known you, you've had that voting bloc known as the Texas Independent on missile lock. How do you think they're reacting to the current environment?
So people forget that Texas is basically a third. It's about a third Republican, about a third Independent, about a third Democrats. The reason that Republicans have consistently won is that independents in Texas have tended to break towards Republicans about 2-to-1. So that's why you end up with these 5 to 10 point margins that you frequently see. But just in talking to independents today, I'm not sure that's going to be the case in this election. They are really upset with the president. There's a lot of independents that are Latinos who went to Trump but seem to be flipping back this time. So, look, Tallarico's got his own set of problems. Some of the stuff he said is going to be used certainly in ads. It's going to be interesting to see, what the Senate leadership was so furious with Trump about his endorsement of Paxton is they'd spent all this money trying to get Cornyn elected because Cornyn was probably a layup in the general election. Now they've got to defend the seat. At the same time, they've got problems in Ohio, they got problems in North Carolina, they got problems in Maine. I mean, they've got a lot of elections they've got to raise money for now, and this is going to make this one that much more difficult.
I want to talk to Paul Castro about the Texas Hispanic vote when we come back, but we're going to go to break now. Stay with us. Our special coverage of the runoff election will continue.
That was coverage from Fox 26 in Houston. We'll check back in with them in just a little bit. We will take a 2-minute break and be back with...
Being online has helped a lot in terms of flexibility.
Whereas an in-person class, if you have to be at this class by 6 p.m. and things come up, then it kind of puts you in a bind.
I love the courses that are available to us within this program. There's been a wide range of classes.
The professors do a good job of taking the content and then having you relate it to your experience and what you're doing.
I certainly would recommend Kent State.
As a manufacturing CEO, NetSuite allows me to track what's important and to optimize on a wealth of data. NetSuite is an ERP system that keeps up with even the fastest growing manufacturing companies.
Can you do one more yes or yes? Reach a little higher, reach. 14 seconds to go.
This Memorial Day, who will you honor? Memberships are on sale now, so start your journey today.
Sherrod Brown repeatedly backed extreme progressive policies that drove up prices, raising taxes, fueling out-of-control spending, and pushing job-killing regulations. Taking money out of your pocket, Sherrod Brown puts his party's extreme progressive policies over Ohio families.
Hey, Dan, have you heard of Kalshi?
Yeah, the prediction market that lets you trade anything from sports to alien sightings.
Alien sightings? When does that happen?
Welcome back to Live Down from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pesce, as we continue to roll on. Now, we are just moments away from polls closing in Texas. Want to bring you some more of the coverage from Fox 26 in Houston.
To vote in this runoff. Karis Belger is with the Cornyn camp tonight in Austin, Texas. Karis, any thoughts about the environment there and what you expect to hear from Senator Cornyn tonight?
Well, it's been very busy here. In fact, the room I'm standing in was a lot smaller about 10 minutes ago because there were so many of us crowded in here. Of course, we were hoping to hear from the candidate tonight, so we had to extend the room here at the Marriott in Austin. And obviously, the most obvious thing is both candidates want to win this primary. But Cornyn has said very clearly this goes beyond the Republican primary electorate. So while we're waiting, here's the thing to keep in mind. Cornyn says it is important that Republicans elect someone who they know can win in November. Cornyn has repeatedly pointed to Attorney General Ken Paxton's legal controversies as a potential liability in a general election campaign. Paxton dismissed those attacks and argued Republican voters have already weighed those issues. But Cornyn says Democrats see this race as a rare opportunity to compete statewide in Texas. And that's what Republican primary voters need to keep in mind when picking a candidate who will compete against Tallarico.
This is the best chance Democrats have had in 30 or 40 years to win a statewide race. He's not going to be able to deal with the Tallarico vulnerabilities like I would if I were the nominee. So I want to win, and I want to continue to help the president and his agenda. I know the president's frustrated with the Senate and how slow it is. He tends to want what he wants when he wants it. And the Senate is just is not a place that operates at that sort of pace. But I want to continue to help the president because I want him to be successful. I want Texas and the nation to be successful.
And Cornyn has framed that as the central question for tonight. It's not just who can win the Republican primary, it's who can win in November. He believes he is that candidate. He's pointed to his years in service. He's talked about the support he has given the president, including approving his Supreme Court justice nominees, and of course the years he has spent advocating for conservative legislation. So we're going to continue to wait for those results. We're going to keep you updated with all of the details as soon as we get them. In Austin, I'm Kara Spelger for Fox 26 News.
Thank you, Karis. Paul Castro. I mean, two things stick out to me. Number one, the sheer number of Republicans willing to roll the dice, knowing that Cornyn is a better bet to hold the seat. And number two, the fact that Texas independents aren't seeing that and rolling into the opportunity to make sure Cornyn remains at the top of the Republican ticket.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting data. So about 850,000 Republicans voted early. Of that number, about 100,000 did not vote during the primary season. And so the question is, what motivated them to come out now? And if the question is, or if the answer is the president's endorsement, well, obviously that favors Paxton. But there were so many negative ads being run against Paxton that it's quite possible that some people who had not been paying attention in the spring saw this and decided now is the time to make their voices heard.
All right, purity tests. Gravitation further and further to the right. Is that what's happening here, Bill?
I don't know. Paxton's to the right. He's conservative. Man, I don't see anything about him that's conservative. I mean, you know, it's a cult following. This lady talking about him putting up the 10 Commandments. I think maybe you ought to try to, you know, obey the 10 Commandments rather than run around putting them up in schools. You know, I mean, to say that this guy is conservative is a joke. I mean. The Open Records Act, just siding with the government over and over and over on that. I mean, you could just go down the list. It's this litmus paper test that, you know, you got these certain 2 or 3 issues, and if you say these words, then you're my guy, without the ability to actually analyze what these candidates stand for.
Mark, the day that we got word that Trump was...
All right, just listening in there to our Fox 2016 this here, mere moments ahead of polls closing in different locations around Texas. I'm Andy Mack now in the anchor chair. My colleague Mike Pace guided you the last several hours. We're going to be talking more about this Texas runoff. So many key races, not only the blockbuster, the headliner of the night, that being the Senate between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton to be on the GOP side of the ticket come November, but also several other races, including Texas Attorney General. We're talking several congressional races in the Dallas area and also Houston after a redistricting effort. We're also monitoring this here on Live Now from Fox and making sure that you are aware outside of Delaney Hall in New Jersey as frustrations boiling over right now as protesters continue to gather in Newark, New Jersey, this detention facility clashing with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents as they carried out protests Wednesday or early into Tuesday. Video showing immigration authorities shoving different individuals, a line of masked and armed guards, and threatening to deploy pepper spray as protesters shouted at the agents. We've seen escalation, people be put in handcuffs and zip ties, but a line of law enforcement outside of this facility. And we did see different lawmakers try to go inside of that, including Senator Andy Kim. He was allowed in for congressional oversight over the weekend. Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey, she was not allowed in. She was demanding transparency. This comes as 300 of the facility's detainees wrote an open letter claiming that the detainees with HIV, cancer, and other diseases were not receiving proper medical care, and they're not being fed sufficiently and did not have opportunities to speak to their families. The Department of Homeland Security is disputing these claims, saying the facts are that all detainees are provided with 3 meals a day, clean water, clothing, bedding, showers, soap, and toiletries. Illegal aliens also have access to phones to communicate with their family members and lawyers, the agency said in a statement. They go on to clarify that certified dietitians evaluate meals, and in fact, ICE has higher detention standards than most U.S. prisons that hold actual U.S. citizens. So obviously some concerns about what's going on there. We've seen different protests break out at ICE detention facilities in different locations, locales. New Jersey, this one taking place, but also Chicago, the Broadview ICE detention facility there. We've seen near constant over the last several months, but also in Southern California. That is a hot spot for some of these protests at different federal buildings. We saw the National Guard be deployed in some capacity, despite some reservations from Democrats there. So obviously just keeping our eye right now. It calms, it ebbs and flows at some of these protests as they clash outside of this Delaney Hall in New Jersey. We heard Mikey Sherrill earlier on. She was asked about some of these comments about what was going on. The DHS criticizing Sherrill, her visit, casting it as political theater, saying Governor Sherrill's visit to Delaney Hall is nothing more than a political stunt on Memorial Day when visitation is currently suspended due to riots outside of the facility. Yesterday, approximately 125 agitators surrounded Delaney Hall, their detention facility, many carrying anti-ICE signs and Antifa flags. They formed a human chain around the entrances to the facility and set up barricades blocking all entries and exits. So we're following that closely here on Live Now from Fox as we are diving into some of the top headlines with what's going on at these locations. So we're following that closely here, but as we now enter the top of the hour, we want to turn our attention right now back out to Texas as polls begin to close across the Lone Star State. And we do have several podiums, vantage points right now of what we potentially could see, including there, as you can see, as this with John Cornyn, the incumbent, the 4-term senator from the state, as Ken Paxton, his opponent, was endorsed by the president. So a live picture right now of this. We're expecting to hear some comments from him here on Live Now from Fox from this day. Is this taking place in Austin, Texas, and also Ken Paxton in Dallas, Texas? A live picture of his watch party, his podium, and it could be in for a long night. We'll see how close it goes, or obviously Paxton the favorite after the endorsement at the 11th hour by the president, calling him a MAGA warrior. So we're following that closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're also just going to be up to date on all of these polls coming in. We'll show you some of these graphics of what we expect, and they'll slowly gain some momentum. They'll have polls coming in, percentages of votes counted, and some totals, but we are going to hear the first kind of really grouping of them over the next several minutes as polls just begin to close. But it is not the only race we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox, including taking place for the Attorney General to replace Ken Paxton as the Lone Star State, and Chip Roy, an incumbent congressman, against Mays Middleton in this Texas runoff. And just a little bit about this race that we're monitoring here on Live Now from Fox, about this very important place, the battle for Texas Attorney General between the Congressman Chip Roy, Texas State Senator Mays Middleton. The Roy, a former federal prosecutor currently serving his 4th term in Congress representing the 21st District. So we're following that here very closely. And just as we see that, we are continuing to also look at other races. A new district, District 33, and Julie Johnson, the Democrat, she was the incumbent in District 33, but they got grouped together with that new congressional map as Colin Allred also in contention for this. So Democrats trying to reach the November ballot. This is going to be a heavy Democrat district, so potentially whoever wins that race likely favored come November. That taking place in the Dallas area, in the Houston area. It's potentially the turning of a page, a new generation. District 18, similar fashion to what happened in Dallas, where they grouped into one district. Now Christian Menefee is actually an incumbent after winning a special election, and Al Green in this race, 2 Democrats potentially trying to turn the page. We'll see what happens. Al Green, very outspoken critic of the president. We've seen him be escorted out, different censure measures against him in Congress on Capitol Hill. So this is just a few of the races we're watching here on Live Now from Fox throughout the evening hours. Let's take you back out to some of these commentary from different stations in Texas. We have stations in Austin, Houston, and Dallas. Let's take you back out to our team, Fox 26 in Houston, what they're breaking down as polls begin to close in the Lone Star State.
The president. The problem is it's going to be very different in the general election this time. I mean, I believe I'm correct, Mark, that Trump's actually underwater on approval rating in Texas.
In Texas, yeah. He's underwater by 3 points or 4 points right now. Back in 2018 in October, he was above. He had approval rating was +4 or 5. So it shows you how different things are today.
And every time we get a poll out, it gets worse. And if gas prices, gas prices are the presidential support killer. I mean, you just can't get away from it. If you got high gas prices, you're going to be in trouble when the election comes around. And I think it's going to be very difficult to get those gas prices down between now and November.
Paul Castro, last week I spoke to Governor Greg Abbott, who was in town soon after the Trump endorsement, and I asked him about this. And he said, it doesn't matter which Republican tops the ticket along with him, that they'll blow Tallarico away. Is that a degree of hubris given the current environment where you have a sitting president with a 65% disapproval rating?
Yeah, I think the facts would have to counter what Governor Abbott had to say, in that you have the president from Air Force One talking about Tallarico. So if you have the president of the United States from a sitting party talking about the upcoming election in the state of Texas, which should be a layup, it should be a gimme, that tells you that the higher-ups in the Republican Party are in fact very worried about Tallarico for a variety of reasons, primarily of which the Democrats, I'm not making a statement other than a fact, you have a white male, good-looking young guy who is a Christian pastor who's come out and won the nomination, and that is not, I think the Republicans much rather would have run against Jasmine Crockett. Having Tallarico is going to make it difficult for them to win some of those independent voters who might feel more comfortable voting for someone who looks like Tallarico.
Mark Jones, before we lose you to go crunch the early numbers, I want to ask you this, and you're a highly respected pollster, but one thing we watch now that we haven't watched in the past because it wasn't there are the poly markets. The poly markets have John Cornyn's chances of prevailing tonight at around 5%. Thoughts there?
Well, so the poly markets take into account polls as one of their main inputs, plus updating based on what they see in terms of turnout and other factors. We also have to be careful with a lot of these poly markets where there's not a lot of money involved. Sometimes it's like 300,000 or 400,000. It's very easy for a small number of whales to really drive the markets towards one extreme or another. And so if you're a supporter, it's much like sports. If you're a supporter who's betting more based on your heart than your head, or you're doing it sort of strategically to try to sort of imply that Cornyn has no chance whatsoever, with $100,000 or so, you can actually move those markets. So they do provide another good, useful input, but I wouldn't put too much stock into them compared to sort of all of our broader metrics. But they're another nice data point to be able to use as a reality check against, say, polls or data analysis.
Well, one of the things that stuck out to me was Trump's rationale for awarding his endorsement to Paxton, and he went back 3 or 4 years to try to find an alleged lack of support for him during the quote when times were tough. Bill, what do you make of that?
Yeah. Cornyn said something to the effect that he thought the Republican Party had moved on from Trump or something after he got it beat in 2020, and that's the kind of thing that a narcissist like Donald Trump will never forget. And so this, if you look at his decision to endorse Paxton when he did, there is no rational explanation for it except his extreme narcissism. You know, they never forget a slight. They're oblivious to the consequences of what they're doing. You know, one of the most interesting consequences here, and Mark alluded to this earlier, you know, he probably just lost control of the Senate before the midterms. I mean, you've now got a rump caucus of a bunch of Republican senators that have no reason to do anything but do everything they can to hurt Donald Trump between now and when they leave office in January of next year. So things like his ballroom, the J6 fund, even getting the DHS bill through. I mean, they've got no reason to help him in any way whatsoever now.
Paul, does that concern you? Because we are seeing a president who might, if the midterms were held today, they'd lose both the House and likely the Senate, and then have those 4 or 5 disaffected Republicans as well to join the Democrats. Does this concern you about the final 2 years of the Trump presidency?
Oh, I'm a person who appreciates a government that has some conflict within itself in order to keep things in check. Right now, you have Republicans controlling everything from all 3 branches of government. And if you have some check on the president, I think that's a good thing. I think the American populace would very much appreciate an opportunity to have, pumping the brakes on things like invading Cuba, wrapping up Iran, not giving up everything when you give up Iran. And I think the populace would like that and would appreciate having that rump caucus act as if they are an independent group.
All right, listening into our Fox 26 team as they are detailing what we expect tonight in terms of that Senate race, the headliner, the blockbuster battle between Cornyn and Ken Paxton. But we're also monitoring right now this image, and it grows a little bit more tense in Newark, New Jersey, outside of Delaney Hall, a ICE detention facility, as protesters continue to clash. This going on several days since over the weekend. You can see both holding arm in arm with what's going on right now. Let's listen in briefly here, and obviously viewer discretion is advised, but just a sense of what we're looking at on Live Now. We did see police pushing back protesters almost across the street, potentially to get a vehicle inside of this facility. And this comes after we heard that there were reports of a hunger strike on the inside of this facility, saying they are not receiving adequate medical care taking place, saying they are not getting sufficiently fed as well. So this continues to be a boiling point, a lightning rod in Newark, New Jersey. We saw Senator Andy Kim from Newark also try to get inside. He did, in fact, for some congressional oversight, and now you can see them leading them closer this way. And it's a very tense moment as law enforcement trying to hold their ground outside of this facility, but pushing back and forth here on this Tuesday night, just past 8 o'clock. Local time. All right, we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
Our action creates our motivation, not the other way around. This is what feeling alive feels like. Punch through the ceiling. Woo, that's spicy.
Fuel's up. Payroll's due. Invoices net 60. We help close the gap and fund you fast.
With the economy at a crossroads, Ohio families are feeling the pressure. What path do we choose? John Husted passed one of the largest tax cuts in American history, putting more money in your pocket when you needed it the most, slashing regulations that are hurting jobs, and reducing out-of-control spending that drove up costs. John Husted is focused on real results for Ohio families. The Ohio way, not Washington's. That's John Husted.
College shouldn't waste your time or your money. That's why WGU's programs are designed with input from industry experts. You'll learn the skills that employers need today and be ready for the opportunities of tomorrow. Learn more at WGU.edu.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A couple Live Now looks in Dallas and Austin at the two key watch parties we're keeping an eye on tonight for Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of the Lone Star State, and the incumbent John Cornyn seeking a fifth term. But we are getting some polls in right now, votes being counted as we speak, as it just closed at 7 o'clock local time. And I want to put this up here on Live Now from Fox as what we're gathering right now of the initial batch. 17% of the estimated vote count in, and Ken Paxton a sizable lead already, almost 50,000 votes ahead, a 20-point margin right now, as the Attorney General, with the endorsement of the President, carrying a lead into the rest of the night. So starting out strong. And some of these ballots coming in from what was potentially expected to be a strong location for John Cornyn in the Dallas area, as right now Denton County going for Ken Paxton by 10,000 votes. Tarrant County going to Ken Paxton by another 10. Cornyn, though, holding strong just by a few in Dallas County, so potentially also an indicator of where it lies, as we saw that in the initial primary, it was Cornyn holding strong in some of the urban areas, while Paxton was more strength in the rural areas. So right now, Ken Paxton looking strong in a lot of different capacities, also down in Galveston County right now, leading that. So Ken Paxton up by about 57,000 votes, 17% of the vote count in at this moment. So we'll see what's coming on. We're also potentially going to hear from the incumbent senator in just a little bit. That was what were indicated in this watch party area, this view here in Austin, Texas. So these are just some live pictures we're gathering of what's to come. The incumbent, John Cornyn, as he obviously saying that he's still been very on board with a lot of the conservative agenda for the president. He was the whip the last term by the president, as he was the 45th president. So obviously we'll see if we have any comments from him here on Live Now from Fox. We're also getting other votes in at this moment to replace Ken Paxton as Attorney General. A very heated battle between Chip Roy, a sitting congressman, and Mays Middleton, as right now Mays Middleton leading by 12 points. Again, still 17% of the estimated votes being counted right now, so 33,000 plus difference in tally between Mays Middleton and Chip Roy. Chip Roy there falling short at this moment in what we're expected to be a very tight race for the new Attorney General, the top lawmaker in the Lone Star State. So We do know that Roy, the former federal prosecutor, he is serving in the 21st district, including South Austin, San Antonio, the Texas Hill Country. He has worked with the Attorney General office for Senator Ted Cruz and the former Governor Rick Perry. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has endorsed Middleton. Current Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton also recorded an leaked audio saying he would support Middleton back earlier this year. So some early results coming in from these Texas polls right now. And also in Dallas, in the 33rd district, as they had this redistricting effort, Julie Johnson trailing Colin Allred, very limited numbers, and they were concerned about turnout in this race. As you can see, 64% of the votes counted already, so that might be a sizable lead that Julie Johnson, the incumbent from the 33rd district, might be hard to overcome, as turnout, as I mentioned, can be very difficult. The big question, whether voters approve of the job of Johnson has done in her single term with a Republican majority in Congress, and whether they've forgotten Allred's poorly run Senate campaign against Ted Cruz on the Republican side of that race, although a very strong Democratic district, Patrick Gillespie and John Sims and their own respective runoff. So some early results coming in here on Live Now from Fox out of the Lone Star State for this very important primary runoff time. So we're following it here. Let's take you out right now to some of our stations, including in Dallas, as Stephen Dial and company holding down what they know of what these results are coming in, and plenty of other races as well. Let's listen into their live
Keeping Cleveland loud for over 78 years,
Bill,
family owned and operated.
Is Alex Mueller a better looking candidate in a contested general?
I would think so. She's got this incredible military background, and not in a forward position. Bomb squad group. Was a captain, had I think a couple.
All right, we just went out to Houston there as well. They're holding a panel to discuss
Built for wherever the day goes, Wanderlust fabric moves with you. Lightweight, micro ripstop that keeps you cool, dry, and ready for anything. Available in shorts, pants, quarter zips, and hats. Anytime, anywhere. Only at Travis Matthew.
For Apoquel Chewable for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits.
Oh, Maria, I'm wise to your foolish game.
Is it gone?
totally gone. Relief for itchy dogs can be easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is available in a tasty chewable that works.
May cause worsening.
Did one car just go out? Anytime I see a white dude,
Remember that, people. The Nazis follow the law, too. The Gestapo started, much like you guys. So did the concentration camps, for fuck's sake. They were immigrant detention centers in the 20s first. When it was still a democracy. Learn some history, motherfucker. That's fact. All you guys are extra.
Yo, it's easy talking down to people when you got a gun.
I wish to see you without a motherfucker.
Yeah, right. You're wearing a fucking vest, you got a gun, you got a taser, you got pepper spray. You couldn't even chase down one guy without a car. Cowards. 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 Isn't everyone of you has a gun? You fucking cowards.
De la mierda. Traidor.
Guys, they say they're there to uphold the law, but there's a state law that says they're not
Deja de comer mierda.
Oh wow, the law's so convenient when you got a gun to back it up, you pieces of shit.
Oye, dime ustedes son latinos, ¿eh?
The law, they're not.
Por favor.
How many ICE agents does it take to get laid? It's never been done!
Actually, my mom pegged one of them. She likes some tickling.
La policía, la misma porquería. Those motherfuckers are killing people. Those all of you motherfuckers. Thanks. Hold it down. I wish to see you with all cars and gears.
You guys have fun being out here? Do you like this? Do you think you're doing something morally good?
I wish all the generations had hell.
Wouldn't you rather be home with your own fucking family?
Oye, cobarde.
Generation for in hell.
You know, there were Jews that guarded the fucking concentration camps when there were Jews in them. You know that, right? Jews? Yeah, back in the 20s.
Jews what?
There were Jewish guards at the concentration camps.
Who's chewing cars?
Let them wash, motherfuckers.
Dejen de comer mierda.
What's wrong with that guy?
Hispanos maricones, vayan a trabajar y
Maricón.
¡Puta madre! Todas sus generaciones son malditas, muchas veces malditas. Malditos, muchas veces malditos.
True. Ah, you got me there.
You
I guess you're the diversity hire, huh? You know, I never picked you guys before.
I wish your kids got
You guys all look like you bought your shit off Amazon.
With consent, of course.
Fucking Timu police. Fucking Shein police. I could walk up dressed like one of you guys for $50 fucking dollars. Guys, it's not professional to yell back. A real cop wouldn't do that. You guys are fucking.
Smart teams build big. And with Framer, the sky's the limit. Publish hundreds of CMS pages in a single click. Ship websites worldwide with seamless localization and advanced hosting for unified content across multiple domains. The world's fastest companies ship with Framer. Millions of visitors, zero compromise. Ship with enterprise needs at startup speeds with Framer.
With 50 years of expertise, we know protein is a big deal, and now it's more delicious than ever with high-protein Greek yogurt bowls, each with 32 grams of protein. Try our new PB Banana Bowl with fresh fruit, cocoa nibs, granola, and peanut butter and honey drizzles, only at Smoothie King.
Luchar por los que ya están adentro. Todo está peleando como 3 familias que están adentro.
Paramilitary fascist cosplay goons.
No era justo como los detuvieron. Nicolás tiene esposa, 2 bebés gemelos de 1 año, un hijo de 5 años. Nicolás sigue en una vuelta adentro.
Go back to the mall, you fucking mall cops!
En una vuelta de comida.
Fuck you, Baldy, you fucking skinhead Nazi piece of shit! I see you looking at me! What you gonna do? You gonna tase me?
Nosotros vamos a luchar aquí fuera.
No, fuck you, Walmart Gestapo!
Estamos esperando para ver qué va a pasar. Lo que no pudimos allá abajo, no se pasaron.
Yo, fuck you, Home Depot FX! Fucking bargain basement right stop!
The whole time she didn't realize I was saying it, kept telling her. This whole time, she didn't understand what I was saying.
Crazy, dude. Don't worry about that in your hair. Like in your nose or anything. Like any part of your body that is on, just let it go. Meal meds, sinus meds. Just like sinus meds.
Hi. I'm Daniel.
I'm sure you're
Me, Daniel.
Wait, I don't know who.
Yes. Yeah.
Malditos latinos, perdidos, malditos, 1000 veces malditos. Que toda su fucking generación se muera. Right. Imagine.
Yeah, that other guy was like, God.
That's scary.
You're all pedophiles and white eaters! You bunch of fucking pedophile sicko creeps! How's it feel leaking foods for the Epstein class? I can't believe all these guys joined the club that like diddling kids. It's crazy. They were uniformed about it.
Charles always.
Fucking coward, piggies! Going, 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 going! Statistically, there are probably some of you in the crowd who have beat your wives worse than you beat
Here, she's covering all those. Yeah, my face is my here. Are you
you, you miserable piece of shit. Get back in the car. Nobody wants you here. Straight over a water bottle.
He's like, he's not afraid. Even just the blue one in front of them.
Yeah.
Why do you act so tough? Because they want to be with their family. You're a fucking little coward. Come here. Do something about it, you fucking pig. Do something about it. People like you. We're out on the street. You're fucking freedom home. Freedom home. Free them all! Free them all! Free them all! Free them all!
Having time of your life?
Free them all! 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 Free them all!
Did you get that one?
Introducing the all-new Velotric Discover 3 e-bike. Designed for comfort, powered for hills and distance. From the first turn of the pedals, your ride stays smooth, and your seat feels comfortable and supportive for the long haul. Quiet power responds instantly, carrying you forward without effort. With an extended range, your path stays wide open. Effortless ride. Elevated power.
What happened to her?
Terrible things. This is the last of your blood debts.
I am Robin Hood. I'll keep you safe. I will keep you safe.
Free them all! 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 Free them all!
I'm getting my headline ready right now. And my headline says, Trump-endorsed Paxton wins Texas GOP Senate runoff. Just so you know, so it's not a surprise. All right, I got to get ready to show you what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is Decision Desk HQ and everybody else is going to post it in about 53 seconds. So I need to get ready to show you. Here's the Decision Desk HQ site. That's what you're going to see. In about 30 seconds, they're going to post it there. But I'm going to make my post because it's just obvious. All right, in 20 seconds, I'm changing the headline because it's obvious. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I hope I did this right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's it. Paxton wins. I never say this, but it's so obvious that it's just, I don't even have to wait for it to get called by others because it's just clear what happened here. Paxton wins. Did DDHQ post it yet? I'm sure they did. No, they haven't. Let's see. What did I do here? Yes, DDHQ called it. Just in case you're wondering, there. Decision Desk HQ projects Paxton wins the Texas Senate Republican runoff. It is over. It is over.
Luckner, baby. All right, guys, with that, I think I'm going to end this one, and if something breaks, we will be back.
Times in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you. We've never seen anything like this. I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing
amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crimes.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.